Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
All right.
Just let them walk right
No
in.
false starts today, folks.
Nope. Well, did he like how I just know has it like, all right, you didn't say it yet.
I think I'll take it. I think I will take it.
Ooh, today's going to be a great day.
Yeah.
I got a great day.
What do you got?
Ooh.
I got to record a pod after this, and then I have to record another pod.
We love pods.
Wow.
After this, so I got 2 pods to record.
Double Pod Friday.
Double pod Friday.
Hey,
oh,
okay.
go ahead.
Finish.
Go
Finish. I was going to ask you a question, but finish.
Then I got some laundry to do. And then I have something in my room. After talking to you guys yesterday, I'm throwing out one of the furniture pieces in my room.
Don't let us
Sell it.
do
No,
whatever you got to do.
Well, I have a really crappy desk, and I just need to
There was a desk in that room the whole time?
yeah.
I don't remember that from yesterday.
So but it's a small one. It was $20 on Amazon, and I quickly discovered you get what you pay for.
Sure.
And so I'm like, I should invest like 150, like triple digits into a nice.
So you're going to upgrade your
I'm going to
desk.
upgrade my desk.
Are you going to loft the whole setup?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to
What
take.
if we did bunk beds?
I'm going to take dorm fridge. I'm going to.
so much room
dude,
for activities.
I would like to have a fridge in my room at some point, but I don't need to have cans of beer in my room.
I'm 40
So,
and I'd love to have a fridge in my bedroom.
I'm going to put the TV on the desk. you know?
What?
I'm going to put the TV on the desk instead of putting it on the TV set. I'm going to throw away the TV set. is
Okay.
what's
That
happening
should
today.
create a little bit more space for you.
So, doing that, and then I'm going to Shucks, and then I'll probably get a nice glass of whiskey, a proof, and then I'm going to play NBA 2K for the rest of the night.
Great job.
Hello.
That is a day in Matt McMaster's life. Here's my question for you.
Yes.
So I was sitting in my car as I arrived.
Yeah. Here we go.
It's just a question. I was sitting in my car as I arrived, and I was, listening to you guys doing a little bit of scrolling on my phone, and out comes Matt McMaster in a bit of a hurry, seemingly searching for something in his car.
Yeah.
What could you add more context? What was going on?
I did.
What did I see?
I don't have my computer charger today. But
Double
Scouts,
Pod Friday. You got to have that thing.
but Scout's honor, I didn't open up my bag yesterday, after I got home. I got home, I put my bag down in the corner, and I never opened it up or anything like that. I didn't use my computer or anything like that. So when I grabbed the bag and I opened it up today and the charger wasn't in there, I was like, why the hell is my charger not in my bag? It should be in my bag. I never opened it up, And then so I was like, oh, it has to be in my car. So I ran out of the car to go and find it. Not there.
To no avail.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about how he cleared out the studio.
I heard this. I didn't hear the
no.
incident. I just heard the aftermath. You guys were having a great chat with young Wilson, asking him how much he was speeding on the interstate,
And he did not want to talk about it.
and he did not want to talk about it. That's a long
Yeah, it is.
that's a long track.
That's 13 hours.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, I thought I was thinking 10.
I thought it was 11.
Whatever. Either way, that's sizable.
But he has to stop. He's going to have to stop. So it probably would get closer to
That was a
12
good
or
wreck.
15.
But then
Oh, yeah.
at the end,
Got to go to Al's Beef.
it was a quick what's going on here?
It was rough.
You were
It was in the middle of the interview, and you couldn't just stop it.
It wasn't in the middle of the interview. It was at the very end of the interview. Okay. Look, when it came off, the cheeks, I knew it wasn't good. You can kind of just feel it. I was like, this is a bad one. And then, it hits my nostrils first. Right. And so,
But you couldn't.
You
couldn't
go
help it.
outside the studio, hold on to it.
Dude, I've been
Disrespectful for the
holding
people
on to
that were in the
so many all
studio.
day. I don't know why I think it was because I made sweet potato fries yesterday. So I don't know. It might be the starchiness that is kind of.
Well, yeah. You went on to think about how healthy you were eating, and that's no surprise that it was a little.
Yeah, a little
Stinky,
a little
yeah.
stanky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was holding. I'm holding one in right now. I mean, it's just. It's,
Appreciate that.
I'm drunk right now.
I'm drunk now.
I farted on the day of the 15th, on the day of the 16th, and on the 17th. I farted.
I farted.
I'm farting right now.
I'm farted right now.
I think you need to invest in a candle and just light it.
Dude, Dan bought 5 candles and has
Seems
placed
to be a problem.
placed it
Do
around
you need
the
to go to the
kitchen.
doctor?
And he's like, "Hey, these candles are great. Let's just keep lighting them."
What are we talking? Yankee Candle? We're talking
He got like a
Bath
Harry,
and Body Works.
he got a Harry Potter themed candle.
What?
Yeah.
What's a Harry Potter candle
I
smell
don't know.
like?
This, it's like vanilla. It's actually delicious.
Is
it's
it like,
like
this, does it look like Harry Potter and
Yeah.
you light it?
it's like a brown vanilla latte type deal. You know,
What's Harry Potter about that?
I have no clue. I don't know. What do you want
Extra
Harry-
$6.50 on the
what should-
register.
What should a Harry Potter candle smell like? Teen anxiety? I mean, like
What would
running away from
if you
a
could
murderer.
capture Harry Potter in a smell? What would it smell like?
Butterbeer.
Butterbeer.
But what is okay? So I just get a Miller Lite candle. Miller Lite doesn't smell good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would agree.
What did
Have
they
you
get? What did they get from the trolley when they said anything from the trolley?
Anything from the trolley?
Anything from the trolley?
Anything. They have like they have beans and
They got the jelly beans.
the jelly beans and the magic frog.
the one that tastes like poop, or whatever. Yeah.
You big Harry Potter guy?
I wouldn't call myself a big Harry Potter guy, but when we made a long road trip past Bloomington, Indiana, all the way
wow.
to the East Coast several years ago, we listened to the Harry Potter books on audio tape.
Wow.
I think we got through like a book and a half, and
Damn.
then that was too much probably for me. But then we came back and we were like, let's just watch all the movies, and so
Sure.
we did.
I watched all 8 movies during the holidays.
These holidays?
Yeah.
Whoa! So you're a huge Harry
I
Potter guy.
love Harry Potter.
Wow!
I think it's great.
Wow!
My mother's things that
What do you think about Harry Potter, Josh?
Oh, if you like it, that's great. Good for you.
Do you know?
not a-
Reading is
I'm
important.
Do you know about
You
Josh
you
and
know
Harry
about
Potter?
that, the past history of Josh and
I'm sure he hates it. It's okay.
Well, but there's a specific reason why.
why do you hate it?
I was dating a woman who
Oh, that sucks.
gradually throughout the course of the relationship said, well, why don't you grow your hair out? Well, why don't you get these glasses? They're
Oh,
rounded. They're
wow.
more
She tried to turn him into Harry
yeah,
Potter.
yeah.
I have a scar in my head like Harry Potter.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Right here.
Wow, look at that. You might be the boy who lived.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I cracked my head open when I was 3. Well, that
I
was the first time I cracked my head open. I
was
cracked
on
my
a
head
flight
open
with
3
J.K.
times.
Rowling, and I had no idea who that
Whoa,
was.
really?
Yeah, everybody knew, and I was like, I feel like
I would have no
did
idea
not know
what
the joke.
Did
she
she
looks like.
did she start talking politics with you?
No, she was like, she was sitting in commercials, so she was like towards the back of the plane, and she was walking down, and there was like a murmur, and I was like, I don't know who that is.
That's
Wow.
what she looks like. I didn't know that until just
That's
now.
almost like when Jaleel Okafor was on one of my flights.
Is he coming to visit Nebraska?
No, I think he was going home to Chicago.
Jill Okafor did not write any Harry Potter books, though. Didn't write any books at all.
But man, could he work in the post?
He did not. But you remember when he came on a visit to Nebraska for basketball?
I do. He was a baller. He was a baller in high
Pretty good.
school.
Yeah.
He was a baller in high school.
It's probably one of the last.
He ended up being pretty
Chicago-
good in college too.
One of the
Nothing beyond that though.
Well, he got hurt.
Oh,
Hey, were you on?
He actually
Were you
had
on a
some
flight the other day coming back from Chicago? Juwan Gary?
Yeah, Juwan Gary was on my flight.
all right.
He was. I was walking.
Did you get some takes out of him?
I was no. I was walking onto the
You a big
flight.
take guy?
Did you ask him like,
I didn't ask
you know,
him
or
anything.
did you say like, hey, this team, is really good, but they could use a little bit more Juwan Gary?
No, I didn't say that to him. I walked onto the
Because
flight.
you didn't believe it.
I walked on the flight and I saw him. I go, that looks like Juwan Gary. And then we're walking off of the flight, and there's just this very big man in front of me. He's got an LA Clippers, backpack, and I'm like, okay, that was probably the team he played for in summer league or something like that.
It was, I think.
know,
Yeah.
So I'm
Who's
like,
what's he doing now? Who's he play for now?
I don't think he plays for anybody.
Were you worried that maybe it wasn't Juwan Gary?
No, I
and you
wasn't.
were okay.
Here's why. Here's why I knew it was Juwan, because Juwan and I went to school at the same time. I would see Juwan out, not plenty, but a couple of times. Juwan dresses in a very unique way. He's a very stylish type dude. He's very in with the times.
Oh, it's like me.
And so what
Russell
he
Westbrook.
was wearing, I was like, that makes sense as to that being, what Juwan Gary wears. And so I got to the side of him. I go, you Juwan Gary? And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, go Huskers. And then
Juwan Gary
and then he
is
fist pumped.
Juwan Gary is playing
Oh, okay.
for Spiro Basket, which is a team that is located in the BNXT League, which is in a country that is not America, but
Doesn't sound like it.
but which country? I'm sure you're wondering.
Turkey.
That
The suspense is killing me.
That I don't know.
Canada.
Spiro?
Is it Canada?
There's a Canadian
It
basketball
seems
league.
like
Canadian.
potentially Germany.
Okay.
Just going
Yeah.
off of the names
Teddy
of the
Allen
teams.
was a legend in the Canadian Basketball League.
I've never watched the CBL before. I've watched more NBL basketball than CBL.
He is
basketball.
currently averaging for Spiro Basket 17.1 points per game, 7.9 rebounds,
What's his 3-point percentage?
and an assist. He is shooting 30% from
Some
three.
things never change.
But how many a game? I
4.
wonder.
Do you think on his bio on their website they include that he is a crown champion?
Belgium.
Let's check the Spiro Basket webpage.
How many is he taking a game though? Actually, I've always said that one of the worst things that could happen is
It's in
Juwan making
Belgium.
his first 3-point attempt.
You used to say that about my guy
Yeah, and now he doesn't take them, which is God bless him
because he
because he can't make them.
because he doesn't want to be the first guy to take a 3. So he's never the first guy to shoot a
He
3.
he shouldn't shoot a 3 ever.
he is.
This team's won 10 Belgian championships, 5 Belgian cups, and 7 Belgian super cups.
That's impressive for a
He is
Germany basketball team.
16 of 53
Oh,
from 3.
that's
Is their
not,
season going on? Or?
Yeah, I think it appears as if they're on some sort of a break.
it has to be.
So
He's in Omaha
the
now in
Olympics?
Lincoln.
53 threes shot in 11 games. That is over 4. It's almost 5.
That's almost 5 a game.
Yeah, it's almost 5.
Some things never change.
Spiro Basket.
Yeah, because I think he either worked out or he talked to the team the other day.
You talked to
that's-
Yes, he
team
was.
yesterday.
He was
Like,
around. Yeah.
What would you were just with all those guys you played with last year? What is like you're going to stand up in front of them and give like a speech about life?
Honestly, he was probably better off just practicing with them. You know?
They went 19 and 17
Wow.
in the most recent season.
Jawan Gary can just never find himself not on a team where he shoots 30% from 3, takes 4 3-pointers, and is a little bit over 500. That's just what he's just born to do that.
Aaron writes in on the text line.
Hi,
He
Aaron.
says, "I got an RV, and my buddy told me to name it Jawan Garvey.
Garvey?
Bit of a stretch.
Jawan Garvey?
Jawan Garvey. Yeah. So I
Garvey.
did, and then I got a fat head of him carrying the Husker boombox and Sam Hoiberg laughing in the background.
All right.
Sam Hoiberg, radio star Sam Hoiberg.
Yes. What's with that picture, that meme of Sam Hoiberg holding up something that looks it's a water bottle that looks like there's pee in it? Have you seen that meme?
No.
I got to look up the meme now.
Yeah, I don't know my. I'm not into my meme.
You're not in your Husker basketball memes?
No, although I was donated a meme from our
Donate.
friends from Husker Hoop Central the other night. They threw one in the Villanova comments, which was nice.
Very
It's
nice.
good to see this symbiotic relationship between Creighton fans and Nebraska fans.
You think
Oh,
it's
is it?
symbiotic?
Yeah,
Is it?
they're very
Is it?
much getting along right now.
Connor's building a bridge, one fan at a time.
Apparently, only 5,000 fans go to Nebraska games.
Yeah, who said that?
That was John who said someone
John.
someone had a comment that said Nebraska fans only show up, only show up for the Creighton game.
Oh,
And you were with him. And John said, well, he's not lying. It's kind of true.
I said that.
No, you didn't say that.
Oh,
John
okay.
John said that. Somebody made a comment
So
that Nebraska fans only show up for Creighton.
I have brought it up before because I'm pretty sure that I've been to some recent games where there's more than 5,000 people and Creighton is not playing.
This
So-
year for sure. They're loading that thing up for New Hampshire.
Last year as well. It was a sellout for the Iowa game at the end of the year.
But this is everybody around the country. This is not an exclusive to Nebraska thing. If you're playing a bye game in over Christmas break,
So New
there's
Hampshire, North Dakota was pretty much full.
yes for this team this year.
So every time that Nebraska plays at home, Husker Hoop Central has pretty good seats.
is
as well
this
to take a
full?
picture?
Yeah.
Because it looks like more than 5,000.
The only time I can remember a Nebraska basketball game at PBA that had around that number was one of the funniest games I've ever been to. The Butler NIT game
Oh,
in Miles last year.
who was the head coach of Butler? He was a former guard.
Oh,
He's now on
Jordan.
TV.
Jordan.
Yeah,
Jordan-
Lamont Jordan, not Lamar
Michael
Jordan?
Jordan.
Not
No,
Michael.
No,
Different guy.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he didn't last long.
So this is what probably Laval Jordan.
Laval Jordan. Now he's
Laval.
on TV.
Laval. Yeah.
He didn't get another gig, did he?
Laval?
Yeah.
No, I think he's on television.
Yeah, he's on Fox. or he'll periodically show up on Fox.
Who was the
Coached
last?
That was
Butler
the
through
coaching matchup.
Who was the last team that Nebraska beat? Ohio State.
Correct.
Okay.
Monday night?
Yeah. Sorry, it's been a long week.
Yeah, it was Ohio State. Any other brain busters?
And you know what? A week ago today, they beat Michigan State.
No, I
and
was
the guy
going.
went gun.
I was going
were
to
scissors.
Michigan State. I'm just trying to find this meme of Sam Hoiberg.
Like Frager hasn't talked to unless you were at the game on Monday night and you got to talk to him afterwards. Like I just do want to know, did he know any of the backstory? Of Fears?
There's no way he did. There's no way. There's zero shot.
It seemed like just a very normal thing to do.
But
yeah,
but-
he went
but
like that.
and
He had no
He
clue.
deleted it and called and apologized.
Yeah.
But did you see like the interaction from Nebraska fans with Jeremy Fears about that situation?
Well,
A couple
there
of
was
them.
a Hall of Fame tweet about. Do you know what happened with Jeremy Fears? Like how it occurred?
Yeah, about
Okay,
they called him Cheddar Bob.
yeah. Okay, so it's I just
Which
found
I
out-
thought was pretty good.
On the scale of
I understand that, Rob.
on the scale of Brian Robinson Jr. to Plexico Burris, Jeremy Fears was more on the Jets wide receiver side.
Okay, so this is from Nebraska Talks. I just found out more about the Fierce thing, LMFAO. He and his buddies were hanging at 4 a.m. on Christmas break and accidentally shot Fears in the leg. MSU fans acting like he was a victim of attempted murder. Jeremy Fears, the actual Jeremy Fears goes, "What are you trying to say here?" And the response is that your fan base acted like you were 50 Cent when in reality you were Cheddar Bob.
Hall of Fame.
That's really good.
Hall of Fame.
And as Mike in the YouTube chat mentions, Cheddar Bob works so well because he is in Michigan.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's perfect.
That is perfect.
Now,
Local select.
getting shot, probably a life-altering event either way.
Sure.
But the context in this specific case,
Yeah, I
actually,
am friends with a guy named Cheddar Bob who shot himself in the parking lot. I am white. I am a bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. My man Future is a,
got it all time.
and I did get jumped by all 6 of you chumps.
I mean, think about this.
And we
Fears-
so good.
Fears
My
had-
girl.
on 3. So good.
Fears had the guns thrown at him by white boy Rick.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
I don't-
going to be a glorious season.
like we said, I don't know what I think he was just like,
Jeremy, your real name's Clarence.
Hey,
Clarence
Okay,
parents
so
have a
that's
real
having a
nice
nice
marriage.
and I compared it to Randall Hill. So you remember Randall Hill, the famous in the Cotton Bowl, well before your time.
Okay.
So Miami was not happy in the early 90s being sent to the Cotton Bowl. They had to play Texas. And so they were like, screw it, we're just going to do whatever. So they were dancing and they had all these penalties. So Randall Hill, the only pass that he was thrown in the game, he catches it and he runs through the end zone and through the tunnel at the Cotton Bowl.
Nice.
And he comes back and he starts shooting off the guns
Hell
as he's
yeah.
walking back down.
Hell yeah.
And people lost their mind.
That's Miami, baby.
And now if you did that now with this current Miami team, oh, they would cancel him.
Probably.
This is my favorite Nebraska ball meme.
Wow.
That one's a great one.
Wow.
I'm not saying I support it. I'm just, that's a funny one.
There are some good ones out there. There's
I'm
no
trying
doubt
to
about
find
it.
this one. I'm shocked that you guys
See,
haven't
it's
seen
another
it.
sign that this might be the year. They got so many meme-worthy.
Okay,
moments.
so let's get this straight.
God, am I going to watch 8 Mile this weekend?
The year,
Oh, God.
the year for what?
The
Tank top
year-
saying, Lotto, I don't
the
fit
year
you.
to get to March and you're not worried about not making the tournament,
That's definitely happening.
and then you have got to win a game with this group.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I think they're going to win a game.
This group could end
They're-
up being
they're
a
good.
3 seed.
Could be.
They could be. I'm not saying they are, but they could be.
Could be.
They're currently on track.
Yeah, that we're going to play the Goodman thing today because I saw that made the rounds yesterday. So he was like, "No, I don't really believe in him. I just don't think this is the kind of team that could get to an Elite Eight." I'm like, "All right, anything else? Any other takes?"
Is he so like superior college basketball
Yeah,
pilled? That
that's
he
what all those
doesn't-
guys are.
that-
They're just like,
yeah.
they're trying to figure out who's a national championship contender and who's not. And so I don't think it's that outlandish to say Nebraska is probably not a national championship contender.
No,
Not that crazy.
no, not at all.
And it's amazing because everyone's like, wait a minute. I thought we were just talking about legit to me
Yeah.
means making the tournament
Yes.
and winning a game. And everyone thinks that.
Does he not understand that being in the Elite Eight is an incredibly high bar? Like that is such a high bar to clear.
Probably not. He probably doesn't have the greatest sense of that.
I
how about
mean-
just winning a game in the NCAA tournament, and then we'll get greedy.
It's kind of funny when guys who claim they're basketball guys talk about basketball closer to football. You know, I mean, he's talking about college basketball like you would about college football.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
You know, when you say, "Well, they're not a top 8 team," well,
But
that's
still-
way
but
different.
still,
That's
okay,
way
so-
different in college
So in
basketball.
college basketball, a team like Nebraska would make a run, and you'd be super surprised. We're going to change with football when teams like Indiana make a run, and we're like, okay, that's the new day and age of college.
Oh, sure.
football.
We are in a different time. We are in a different
I
time.
mean, we could have Indiana playing in the national championship game.
Against Miami, the team that barely made the tournament.
Yeah.
What's
Who
your
will have every OnlyFan model under the sun will be at Hard Rock Stadium on the 19th.
That's who they root for.
supporting Miami.
Yeah.
And cocaine,
That they should do a billboard.
allegedly.
Miami's OnlyFans team. OnlyFans
Oh.
team.
yeah?
That's what they should call their student section.
It's
OnlyFans.
yeah.
Probably because there's some that are in there making a good,
Probably making a
amount of cash.
lot of bank. More
Some
cash.
have graduated beyond OnlyFans.
Take some of your OnlyFans money and
What is
donate it to the
what's
program. Help us
graduation
get a
on
pass
OnlyFans?
rusher.
What's the next site?
No, that's it.
actual porn.
But that,
Is
but
it really actual porn anymore?
on OnlyFans, yes, there's actual porn on OnlyFans.
Poll question.
No, there's not a poll. There is.
No,
I'm
I know
out.
that. I know that on OnlyFans. Okay,
There is.
because we have a couple of listeners of the radio station that are on OnlyFans.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
I
I don't want to make a joke.
It's true. I've seen it.
You've seen it?
Gary's told this
I've told
story
the story
before.
before. Because I didn't know. And
What?
then
No, I
she
haven't
told-
seen
she
her
told a
on
former
the
partner
on the
of mine
site.
who said, "Did you know this?" And I'm like, "How would I know?" I go, "I barely know what OnlyFans is."
Former
and then,
partner. of
and then you
yours.
had to go investigate, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, I've met her before. She came to a remote."
Fascinating. Fascinating. Maybe I chose to
But I
block that out
don't.
of my mind.
So you hear there's a lot of money to be made, but no, like
There is a lot of
Do-
money to be
do-
made.
people still like produce porn movies.
Like Behind the Green Door or whatever. Yeah.
I think it's all like. I think it's independent contracting and just do it on your own.
What are you talking about? Wrestling? You're talking about territories?
Do it on your own. Film your own and put up on the internet.
Is this
Crockett-
the person who we're talking about?
Go to
Abuela?
Crockett Productions presents This Isn't a Beach.
Mike says Abuela.
He's speaking in
Whoa,
vague
whoa,
generalities here,
Who's Abuela?
My grandmother.
trying to
No, I know what that word means,
keep
but
us off the banned list on YouTube.
yeah, probably smart.
Your grandma's on.
Stop it. Stop it right
Whoa.
now. Stop
I mean,
it
sometimes
right
the Social
now.
Security doesn't come through.
Yeah. Nope. It's coming through fine for her, Gary.
Mm. I'm excited
Not that
today
he's
to bring out my old Blue Bloods list.
Oh, have you done it
I have done it.
for basketball?
No, it's for football.
Is
Okay.
this off of Jerry's question?
What was Jerry's
so
question?
Jerry asked. So I mentioned yesterday, Miami's a blue blood.
Miami, in my
And
opinion,
so Jerry asked, and we didn't get to it today, a conversation about, is Miami still a blue blood?
Miami, in my
won-
opinion, is the bluest of the blue bloods.
They won 3 national championships in the 80s. They
So,
won another one in the 90s. They
here's-
were all the way competitive through the early 2000s.
Well, they also won in 2000.
And we'll talk about this
Oh,
later.
no, one
By
of the
way,
greatest
Willie
teams of all
Amos
time.
is having a bad day on ESPN. The former Nebraska defensive back,
Oh no.
because they keep showing Miami highlights from the last time they won a national championship.
It's getting cooked.
Larry Coker was so kind to Frank Solich that day.
Thank you, Larry. Yes.
Thank
Larry
you,
Coker's-
Larry.
Larry Coker is a hero. So how I've done it is I came up with this theory. This is 6-7 years ago at this point.
Jeez. Stop
Um,
it. Stop it right now. It's not funny.
If you win multiple national championships or national championships under multiple coaches,
Okay.
you are considered a blue blood because that says that you can do it under different eras, under different coaches. You just didn't hit lightning in a bottle one time. You are a blue blood of the sport. And so Miami, when they play for a national championship next Monday, they are playing to become the first ever school to win a national championship under 5 coaches.
Jeez.
5
That'd be
coaches.
Would it be
wild.
7?
And this is
titles
since
then?
1960, by
Would it
the
be
way.
then 7 titles?
83, 87, 89, 91, 2001, and then this next one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be their 6th since 1960.
Wow.
Under
Well, because
5
remember,
coaches.
Guys were winning titles, and then they'd go to the NFL, like Butch Davis,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Dennis Erickson, and
Howard Schnellenberger,
yeah,
Jimmy Johnson,
Jimmy Johnson.
Dennis Erickson, Larry Coker. Those are their 4 so far.
Except for
And
Larry
I would
Coker, who
say
had to stay.
that makes them even bluer. We're talking about the program, right? Look at those coaches. I mean, they're like, obviously they're historically good coaches because they've won national championships, but they're not like legends of the sport. You know what I mean? So I just think that makes
your rationale is that if you're a blue blood, it's more about the program.
That's what I'm talking about.
As opposed to it being about the coach.
That's what I'm talking about.
There are programs that it's been more about who's the coach as opposed to what the program is.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like Bill Snyder in Kansas State, right? It was way more about Snyder.
It was Bill Snyder.
It was Bill Snyder. It wasn't Kansas State. You can make,
which does make Nebraska blue blood, even though it's a similar thing.
Yeah, but I think
Devaney and Osborne.
I think you can make like probably a better argument would be Florida and Urban Meyer. Was it Florida or was it Urban Meyer?
Florida has a national championship under Steve Spurrier as well.
But I was saying more so like in the last 26 years, right? Was it more about Florida or was it more about Urban Meyer?
Probably more about, I don't know. I feel like they're always in pretty good position. But
I'm not.
Do you have so there also is like, who is the next to be inducted into the blue blood?
Well, we've had under my parameters, we've had 2 new blue bloods arrive in the last 5 years. Georgia and Michigan. They just got their 2nd national championship under their 2nd coach.
So wait, Notre Dame not a blue blood then?
Notre Dame is incredibly blue.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I guess all the way back. I'm thinking back from the 80s.
And I started in the 60s.
Okay, never mind then. Bad statement.
Notre Dame, Eric Parseghian, Dan Devine, Lou Holtz.
Bad statement.
Played in a national championship game last year.
I'm
But playing in the national championship game doesn't
I'm
count.
just so 2000s build. That's all I am.
So once you're a blue blood, though, you're a blue blood for life.
That is what I'm going with. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm
I
going
agree.
with.
People will
LSU.
push back if you mention Nebraska. They'll be like, "Hey, it's been 30 years," but you're absolutely right.
Nebraska is the best case against this, actually. Nebraska is the best case to say, hey, yeah, I get it. You qualify, you won multiple national championships under multiple coaches, but really, I mean, Osborne was there for the whole time. So you could argue that it was just Osborne.
Yeah.
Which many have and will continue to do so.
I think it's a pretty good argument.
Are you arguing that Nebraska's not a blue blood today, Matt?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I don't. I like my career here in Omaha.
Okay,
I want to
okay.
keep it for a couple more years.
Not today, he says.
No, at some point.
Not today.
Maybe, I could feel like we all at one point in our careers could go scorched earth on something.
I had a co-host once who called Tom Osborne an old man and said something. I don't remember what he said, but people got really mad at him for it. He didn't really care.
Yeah, I haven't really waded into those waters at all.
What was Shafe's premise?
It wasn't him. It was a young child
Jake?
that I worked
Wow.
with. No, his name is Ryan. He now currently
Ryan Tab.
He's incredibly talented, young whippersnapper.
Mm.
He's too smart to be doing sports radio, so he stopped.
But he a UCLA guy, right?
Yeah. With Syracuse, the whole
I think
thing.
people only ever have gotten mad at me for not remembering things that occurred when I wasn't born. That's been the main premises, and just having maybe not popular opinions.
That will be a thing.
I haven't
forever.
tripped and fallen over though this guy doesn't get it Nebraska talk yet though. I haven't done that. I haven't smeared the name of any
ticket
legends.
has had there's been plenty of talented people, which you're an alum of, that have come through the ticket, but there have been the outsiders that try and go against. Like Matt Peralt is well known in this town.
Mhm.
Okay, he was an outsider, went against everything, but he was a Creighton insider apparently. I was told this.
Some people are saying
Mike Welch.
Yeah, Welch.
Because were you there at the same time?
Yeah, Welch. He went to Kansas City to do the morning show in Kansas City after that, and then he left that to become an actor.
Yes, he is.
And
He's a commercial.
I
actor.
see him on
T-Mobile?
Instagram sometimes.
Yeah.
under
But
a different name.
But guy that's not from here came in and went guns a-blazing.
He was
against
really
Nebraska
good.
football.
He knew how to
Yeah.
do a radio
Yes.
show.
Yeah.
He knew how to do a very takey radio show, which that's a style.
Couldn't be us.
It is a
That-
style.
Yes.
That indeed is a style
That is a style.
that had to be literally sucked or had to be forced out of me.
It's a style.
Yeah, he was hot take before people talked about hot takes, but he kept you engaged. I will say that.
Oh yeah, he knew how to set
think-
it up. That's for sure.
I think
His
the
whole
biggest-
goal, his goal was, he always told me this. He goes, "My goal is to have Bo Pelini punch me." And I'm like,
That's crazy.
wow.
Good goal.
Good goal.
But
Great.
he
What,
was-
he was
so
the right
I-
guy at the right time too, because we were trying to get that thing off the ground.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was.
one of the best lessons I've learned here was about 10 months ago when Josh Hodson told a younger Matt McMaster, you don't have to have an opinion on everything.
What a take by Josh.
What an opinion by Josh.
And that itself was an opinion.
that
It
changed
was.
my life.
See, I'm going to say that Dirk ruined things for young sports talk hosts because they saw Dirk and Bo have a confrontation.
Mhm.
And so every young sports talker
I got to do
was
that.
like, I got to do that.
Mhm.
If I get Bo to engage with me, it's going to help my brand. But Mike was like, if I get Bo, because I know he listens, if I get Bo like after practice to punch me, it's going to be great for the show. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Run with it.
He's right. I just don't, some people
Yeah.
don't want that smoke.
I just got a dirty look from a coach once. That's all I've ever accomplished.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Apparently, when you go on multiple podcasts in the state calling for him to be fired,
Whoa.
they don't really take too kind to that.
Why would you do that to Fred Hoiberg?
No.
Guy hasn't lost.
What coach?
Hey, you used to coach special teams.
You were here
Still in the
Bruce Reed?
program?
Yes.
Wow. Who would hate that guy?
Yeah.
That guy's a friendly guy. He's very cherubic.
Didn't like me.
Cherubic.
Cherubic?
What is that? What's a cherubic?
Maybe I didn't
Like
pronounce that
like
name
he's
right.
a cherub?
He looks like the guy. He looks like we're going to see a lot more of it, Valentine's Day.
Yeah, like he's a cherub.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That kind of guy.
Yes.
Well,
Although
He-
now
like,
I'm
he-
saying cherubic in my head, and I'm like,
that doesn't sound right. It
either.
might be
Yeah,
cherubic.
different part of the country, we pronounce it different.
That sounds
Right.
like a fancy cherry tart or something.
How did
Did
he
he
get
get-
upset at you? He's always like really like smiling and
It was smiling when he walked by me.
Maybe you were just thinking about it too much.
No, I know what a glare is.
Maybe you were farting, and he was like, I know it's you.
Get this
No.
guy out of here.
No, he just kind of gave me one of these.
He knows.
Good radio.
He knows.
that,
He
that
knows.
was good radio. Yeah. That might be some of your best work.
He knows.
You know what? I don't think Oregon's gonna score 1 point tonight against Indiana.
Whoa.
There you go.
Mark it up on the
Bring it
board.
back. Bring the playoff takes from Matt back.
No, playoff takes are done. Other than the Bears will win on Sunday. So Saturday,
There you go.
the Bears will
Yeah, I hope
win.
you don't wait till Sunday. You might wake up some bad news.
Enjoy.
Dang, I
well,
missed the game.
that.
Part of the reason we're recording a pod today is so I don't have to record one Sunday.
Smart.
Probably smart. Probably
All right,
smart.
have a busy weekend. Here's some good ball. You get to see Patino and Gino.
Patino and Gino.
Whoa.
The Holy Trinity.
I understand
Of
the
two.
whole St. John's operation, the NIL guy, Mike, and the whole group is coming.
He doesn't know his last
I
name,
think
so he
it's-
keeps
is
calling
it
him
Mike
Mike like he's
Rapoli?
Beyonce.
Why?
So whoever bankrolls St. John's basketball is on this trip.
Why?
You
Is
talk
that
about the priest?
No, the NIL guy for Creighton or St. John's basketball.
Yeah.
The big guy that doubled down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like they like coming to Omaha. Like Patino.
Oh, our friend Matt will be here. I get to see him yet again for like the 9th time this year.
Who?
Matt Abdelmassi.
Yes. So he's not
I know-
the financial guy, but yeah, Matt runs.
I remember Matt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Matt.
They like coming to Omaha.
Look at this guy.
Except when Patino gets COVID. Was that last year?
Patino didn't have COVID.
COVID.
No, remember
last
he
year?
said he got COVID in Omaha.
Well, no, he said he was going to jump in the snow and die of frostbite.
famously.
Is that 2 years
I think
ago
I'd
now?
rather have COVID.
No, that was last year.
56-year-old Bill.
Because I remember listening to you when that happened.
So his last name is Rapoli.
There you go. You got it.
Are you sure that he didn't get COVID?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure. Not at all. I know nothing.
But I was telling Matt, it was pretty cool to see Chris Mullen. It was even cooler to see Patrick Ewing.
January
when-
2024.
Yeah,
So that's
he
2
did.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but when you see Pitino, it's different.
It's special.
Yeah.
He's got an aura. Just like when I saw him at the Park MGM Starbucks, just holding court a couple months ago.
Strangers or people that he knew?
People that he knew, but then people would come up to him and he would be happy to talk.
Was
Wow.
it
Yeah.
was it Blake
Really?
Harper or
Yeah.
Nick Graves that was telling the story about one of the reporters yesterday asked him about playing St. John's, and they were like, blah, blah, blah.
I saw him in Vegas.
I saw him in Vegas get into a car, and it was really cool.
Dude, Alan Huss was on the show on Blue Jay Overtime. He goes, well, I haven't watched a whole lot of St. John, so, I don't know what we're going to do yet, but, they got the greatest coach of my generation. And I'm like, okay.
It's special.
I mean, what if Pitino Saturday morning's just out for a walk in downtown Omaha?
He
And
might
you just
be.
bump into Pitino.
Seriously, he doesn't care. He's very talkative.
He is like, we had a great
He'll probably be whatever Starbucks is downtown.
We
They
had-
got a Starbucks right there in the corner on Capitol.
Marriott?
He'll probably be there.
we were having a conversation today, and Gary was describing Pitino. I go, you are literally just describing aura. Like that is the
100%.
Gary goes, he just walks. And you're like, oh my
There's
god.
a reason
and
he
there's
glows.
and
it's
it's like,
not just his white suit.
yeah. And it's like, he's not that tall, but man, like he just commands a room. I go, you just described what
Especially in
aura is.
Providence, like people are standing around talking, and all of a sudden he walks through the tunnel, and now you can see him on the floor. and,
Everything
like, everything
stops.
stops.
Yeah.
That is crazy that one man has that power. That just 5'8" Italian head basketball coach can captivate a room like that. He's the
Self
closest.
was a little bit more of the same. I saw Self walking around the casino a whole bunch, but he stayed under the radar because he was with his family. Like he had his kids and I think his grandkids there with him, so he kind of was around them.
Yeah.
Pitino is different.
Oh, he was
Pitino is different.
He was talking about, Gary said, like Dan Hurley. I'm like, yeah, Dan Hurley's like a really famous ball coach. Like, hey,
You
that's
see Hurley and you get triggered.
I actually love Dan Hurley.
I love him too.
I love him too.
He's
Yeah.
great for the Big East. He's great for the sport, and he's great for that Creighton-UConn rivalry.
Yeah.
But like you see him, and you immediately you're bristling. You're like, we're ready.
I
to
don't
go.
know. I see.
I mean,
Dan,
I'm watching him all the time because I want to see what he's doing. I want to see what he's up to. I'm always watching.
I see. If I were
much
to see,
like the cameras.
if I were to see Dan Hurley, I'd be like, hey, it's Dan Hurley. Like that's really cool. I might even go up to him and be like,
what would
hey,
you do if you saw Pitino?
I would like,
You'd say,
like I could see myself going up to Dan Hurley and be like, hey, coach, big fan of yours. Congratulations, on everything. And he'd be like, oh, thank you, whatever. Like we'd move on.
You'd be great
Like
friends.
I see Rick Pitino. I don't know if I would. I don't think I would step toward him. I don't think that's a guy I would even approach. And you told me like,
He's
he was
surprisingly approachable.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I don't look at him and be like, oh, that's a dude that I could just walk up to. He's not really he looks like a guy I could grab a beer with, He's
Well,
not fitting that archetype.
You never know what you might see in downtown Omaha.
Yeah, Paul McCartney.
You never. Yeah. Well, that was in Dundee, hanging out with Warren. He was right up here at E Creamery.
You guys
Right where
you
the
guys
bomb
just
went
hype
off.
up like all the famous people you guys have seen, and I haven't seen
It's only
any of
happened
them.
like 5 times in
I've
20
only-
years.
I
So
haven't
we
seen
remember
any
them
of
all.
Well, you guys talk about the College World Series about all the famous people he interviewed. The most famous person I saw was glorified journeyman pitcher Rich Hill.
Yeah, but you
Your
talked
friend.
with him for
It's your
hours.
friend.
An hour.
You
Hours.
forced him out of Omaha.
I did not force him out of Omaha.
Yeah, he's not here anymore.
Hey,
though.
look, guys, I love it here, but you got to get me the hell out of here.
He offered to buy me a shirt. Should have taken him up on it.
Wow,
should've.
yeah.
You're never gonna get that shirt
What
now.
man offers another man, I'm going to buy you a shirt.
But we're not men talking to men. I think he looked at me like I was his son, not like a man.
Or maybe what you were wearing at the time.
You have
Well,
that
I was
effect on people.
I was wearing a quarter zip.
Classic.
I'm everybody's tiny baby boy.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. All right,
Every-
fellas.
Every middle-aged man has found an opportunity to be my mentor. Only few have the honor.
It's the fatherliness in all of us. Have a great weekend,
Good
gentlemen.
weekend.
That is the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's Friday. We'll start things off next.
That's the crossover. The Connor Happer Show is next on 1620 The Zone. It's the Connor Happer Show. Are we sure we want to do this?
Could you, make an announcement that we're ready?
It's the Connor Happer Show on 1620, The Zone.
All right, welcome in. Happy Friday. It's the Connor Happer Show here on 1620 The Zone and on 1620thezone.com. Connor Happer, Josh Odson with you. Welcome, everybody. We got Bryan Munson coming up at the top of the hour. We got Brian Christopherson coming up at 11:30. I texted Steve Sipple this morning, and I said, Sipple, how we looking? He didn't respond.
Not a great start.
Unclear. So we're just gonna give it a shot at 12:30. That's what we're gonna say today with Steven M. Sipple. That is our lineup, powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. We want to hear from you all today. 402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can call or text that number. Tweet at Happer Show at Connor Happer on the Twitter feed. Email Connor Josh Show 1620zone.com. on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. And we say good morning to the YouTube streamers today. Hi, everybody. A lot of talking about who's more hated, Rick Pitino versus Dan Hurley versus who has more aura, things like that. Rick Pitino was literally name dropped in a Drake rap. Okay. Aura.
Definitely someone you want to be associated
with. Not necessarily that, but he was.
But if you're Rick Pitino, you don't care. You were persona non grata for a while.
And Dan Hurley, to my knowledge, I have not heard Dan Hurley name dropped in a Drake rap yet.
Okay.
I haven't exactly scoured all the lyrics, but I don't think that has happened yet. We got a text here from the 402.
Hi, 402.
Hi, Connor. Say this 3 times fast.
Careful.
All right. So, Indiana player last night, her name was Zania Sokaguman.
I don't like it.
I loved it. So this texter says, say this 3 times fast. Zania Sokaguman. Zania Sokaguman. Zania Sokaguman. And she scored a lot of points, too. And then they had another name that the girl had 32 points last night, Chesky, but it wasn't spelled that way.
Okay.
Wasn't spelled that way. So proud of my name pronouncing performance.
Yeah. What was the delivery on that first name last night? Take us.
What do you mean?
Put us at PBA last night for.
Oh, well, in the starting lineup, she was, I don't remember where she was from, 6 something forward from somewhere, Zania Sokaguman. And then when she scored, I said, Zania Sokaguman. No, at the women's basketball games, they do, after I announce the names, they do clap, clap. And so it's actually kind of confusing.
There's kind of a rhythm
There's a rhythm to it. There's a cadence to it. And sometimes they expect the name to end and it doesn't end. It kind of just keeps going. Like there's a hyphen or something like that. In this case, there was a hyphen. And, the claps become a little bit off. And so I always feel a little bit bad about that. But, you gotta roll with it.
That's why you got to get the program when you walk in the door.
Elsewhere, we will take a look back at the college football playoff from last night. Miami is off to the national championship game. Miami, classic college basketball team that just barely made the tournament by the skin of their teeth, goes all the way to the Natty. Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
I had not thought of that until this exact moment, but yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Also, I will have you know that game played out almost exactly how we described it to you all yesterday. With the notable exception of we got the team who won wrong.
You did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the team who won wrong.
I
feel like, can you give me a half a point? We're not keeping track anymore. Can I have a half a point for calling exactly the game?
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened. Is it got sped up in the last 2 minutes.
There was nothing going on. I even said hey, I think Miami might even control this thing, but they're going to keep it close, and then bang, 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 right at the end.
But you didn't. You counted out the wheels of Carson Beck.
Well, you know what? If they would have called pass interference in the end zone on the last second heave there, which was barely a last-second heave. It was from like the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like a miracle that had to occur. But if they would have called it, then I would have got it completely right. But it was not to be. Elsewhere today on the show, Damon Williams. Somehow he's going back to Washington.
I got a lot of questions for this guy.
What is that going to look like? I don't have any idea. We will play the game of what's wrong with this guy.
Oh, okay.
Who do we think this guy is today? We'll take your suggestions.
Michael Irvin.
A good one. We could always play that game. And we could always play the game of what's wrong with this guy as it pertains to Rob Manfred.
Oh, yes.
But we will do that today. And then we, of course, have a big week of basketball. Creighton St. John's tomorrow at the Chi. Nebraska and Indiana tomorrow at Assembly Hall, where I don't know what it's going to look like in there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Considering Indiana plays a college football playoff game tonight with a chance for a national championship game berth tonight. And they're PJing the team back for the celebration and the party tonight. And then, everybody's good to go tomorrow for the basketball game.
What time's that basketball game? It's early,
It's
right?
at 11 Central.
Could be a little sleepy.
Could be a little sleepy or could be incredibly excited. And they're overflowing with Indiana fever. So we will talk about that. And then a big women's basketball day on Sunday with 2 top 5 teams in the area. Number 1, UConn at Creighton, and number 4, UCLA at Nebraska. All right, that is the setup for today's show. We are pleased that you have decided to join us. Bryan Munson is going to join us at the top of the hour. Plenty to come on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
After further review, the host is deemed to be out of bounds. The Connor Happer Show returns in minutes on 1620 The Zone.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Let's get back to the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
We'll talk about this with Munson, BC, and throughout the show today. Sean Callahan has he put out the cop lights emoji.
Oh, hello.
A portal visitor alert. Baylor offensive lineman Sean Tompkins is in Lincoln today as Nebraska kicks off day 8 of the transfer portal. He is a 6'5", 300-pound left tackle and played 460 snaps in 2025 and has 2 years left.
3 bills.
Any interest in a big old offensive lineman? I bet
Yes.
you do. But what about the defensive lineman? Can I interest you in a journeyman who has experienced all the great splendors of all of the different geographical regions of the Big Ten Conference? We got him yesterday.
Yeah, you can.
It's done. It is done. All right. So we'll talk about that in a little bit more depth with Munson coming up in just a couple minutes. Last night, Miami is in the national championship. I had the great pleasure of listening to the majority of like end of the third into the about the middle of the fourth quarter on the radio of this game. Listen to the Ole Miss radio broadcast, my Varsity Network app, Josh. It was great. It was great to hear all the local sponsors.
Did he have just a syrupy sort of?
They all talked in a very certain way. Yes, indeed.
Love it.
It was. There were some nerves, I think, in that booth. And then there was some obvious excitement late as well. But that was a fun listen. Love the home radio calls 100% of the time. They're always good, whether it ends in disaster for the home team or, there's no home team in this case, but you get it.
There is in the Natty.
There is now.
I don't know if you've heard.
They're playing the national championship game in Miami, which is the home stadium of the Miami Hurricanes and the Miami Dolphins, for the record. And we'll talk about how it's the Dolphins home stadium too.
Well,
so this is the time of year. And first of all, I don't mean to skip by the game. What a great game.
Good game.
And what a great college football playoff game. And it turned out exactly how sort of we sort of described it yesterday. Like Miami sort of controls it. I mean, you could make the case that Miami was kind of dominating the game throughout the majority of it, but didn't create enough distance for themselves. Ole Miss had they were talking about time of possession on the Ole Miss radio broadcast, like going to the fourth quarter. Yeah, it was 30-some to 11 or something like that. And you're like, but look at the scoreboard. And they were hanging around. Ole Miss finally got a couple plays to go. Have the go-ahead touchdown. Miami comes back, scores it, and then Ole Miss comes back and goes 40 yards in about 8 seconds on 2 plays, 9 seconds maybe on 2 plays, and gets all the way in position to have a decently chanced heave at the end zone where there was a pass interference that wasn't called. First of all, do we want to get off that take here real quick? Any opinions on the lack of pass interference called in the end zone on a late heave like that? I just think I
guess I'm okay with. I'd be okay either way. I guess.
I just think it's too many bodies and too much nonsense going on. I saw Terry McCauley weigh in on this, and he was like, "That's got to get called." This is a pass interference, and I'm like, "Gosh, that's probably not helping Ole Miss fans today." So I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any litigation being threatened by the Ole Miss fans, but if this was the Big Ten, there probably would be. Blackhead says horse crap, no call. Mike says Ole Miss radio was not happy about it. By the time at the end of the game, by that time, I was no longer listening to the Ole Miss radio call, but I would like to hear the call for the record. So, as an innocent bystander, as a person who has no dog in the fight, other than I would have liked to, pick the winner correctly, I really am okay with how it worked out.
I didn't watch it and go, "Oh, you got to throw the flag there."
No, I knew that they were going to come back and they were going to show the replay and we were going to pour over it for a few minutes, and we did. And then Herb Street went on this Herbstreit grabbed the mic with Van Pelt, and he was like, I got something to say. Did you see this?
I heard he said something. I'm going to guess this is what
he was
said.
very impassioned, very impassioned. He was like, well, the transfer portal, throwing bags at guys, this and this and this. You got to build a team. You got to build a team. We're like, Kirk, yeah, I know. Everybody knows that. Do you think the other head coaches around the country were sitting there listening to it like, yeah, he's right. Yeah. Forget all this transfer portal stuff. We got to build a team. Like, no, everybody is trying to thread the needle. Everybody is trying to figure out how to do both at the same time. Miami is actually a horrific example of this. Miami is a team that is full of mercenaries. I mean,
yeah, I think that's a fair word.
So that brings me to this. This time of year, we always look for lessons. We always look for examples. Specifically, as we watch other college, if we're here in Nebraska and we watch other college football games, and we try to take their circumstances and copy and paste it to Nebraska's or whatever it might be. But we're always looking for lessons. Hey, is this an example of how to do it? Does Michigan give you hope? Does Clemson give you hope? Does now Miami give you hope? Does Indiana give you hope that it could one day be like this for Nebraska? So we're always looking for those kind of things that we could take from the college football playoff teams, how they got to where they got to, and how they put it all together. On the face, it actually seems like there might be a lot from Miami, right? A power that was kind of dead, wandering through the wilderness. What's it gonna be? But in my opinion, Miami is a complete outlier in college football. I'm talking about as a program. And
how so?
I don't think you could take anything from their model. I don't think you could take anything from their historical success. And we will talk about this further when we get to my Blue Bloods list later on. But that is a program who has always had talent and has needed very little like coaching, quote unquote, chops or whatever it is to get to where they've got to. I mean, even Cristobal in that game, like nobody, I don't know. Cristobal's going to get his flowers and everything, but I don't know that anybody's looking at Mario Cristobal and saying that's the best coach in college football.
It's
everybody will say that about Cignetti,
uh-huh,
and they deservedly should, but not Miami's coach.
It's kind of, this isn't an apt comparison, but I'm just going to throw it out there anyway. It's kind of Andy Reid. Andy Reid was an idiot until he won a Super Bowl, and then he's
the architect of the Super Bowl.
He's the greatest coach we've ever had in this sport. Well, remember 6 months ago when he couldn't use timeouts properly and he couldn't work a clock. Now he wins the Super Bowl, and you're like, oh, he's the, I think he's the genius of the sport.
I always thought Andy Reid was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought Andy Reid was underappreciated in the sport, and so it's a little bit different than Cristobal for me, who I don't know if anybody looks at him and says, oh yeah, thank God he's finally getting his flowers. I think he knows how to, from a roster standpoint, he knows how to attract football players, and certainly him and Miami are an incredible fit together. There's no doubt about that.
Although him versus Oregon would be a interesting narrative for a national championship game.
The Cristobal,
yeah.
The Mario Cristobal. So we'll talk about this a little bit later on, but Miami as a college football program in general is like a total outlier in the sport. They are, and we said why a little bit there in the crossover, but we'll bring more context as we go on throughout the show today. Let's take a break. Bryan Munson is our guest on the other side on 1620 The Zone.
Bryan Munson.
Hey, long call. Comfy left zoom buster. 63 bang. Z Maui. Alert. Paradise Z Burger Y Wrap. All one.
Husker Online on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
All right. And we're joined now on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline by our good friend Bryan Munson from HuskerOnline.com. Hello, Munson. How are you?
What's up, my brother from another mother?
How is it going? What's it been like this week for you?
You know what? It's been crazy. I've got the ultimate reminder though to not have surgery during the Porter transfer mayhem. So that was like the absolute worst idea in the world to roll over into like the first week of like the calendar year to like, so you can get like, oh, I didn't meet my deductible last year. So I could start like out on that foot this year. That was a horrible idea. Horrible plan.
that put you out for a couple days, and then all of a sudden you woke up and you're like, this is a different thing.
Yeah, I have been literally since that afternoon and that evening. I have been working, and it's been a constant reminder to me that I'm not 100% right now. I'm not 100%. I've slept 5 hours in 3 days.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, I've had no luck. I had this is from a torn umbilical hernia that I did weightlifting, and I'm a stomach sleeper, and I have not been able to sleep at all.
Oh,
and
man.
so now I'm trying to find ways to score Lunesta right now.
Well,
because I am struggling.
Well, at least I guess at least you can be up at all hours of the day to monitor the things that are going on. I'm trying to find the bright side for you.
You are squeezing them lemons pretty hard there, brother.
All right. So before we get to the things that you have experienced this week, I would like to ask you the same question that Josh asked you when he called you on the phone. How do you feel about your dearly beloved Buffalo Bills this weekend?
I mentioned to Josh, I said, well, they're not going to kick any field goals. So I was like, oh, it means that Josh Allen's going to have an opportunity to do a lot on 4th and short. I think both teams are peaking right now. Buffalo is not a traditional do very well on the road during the playoffs kind of team. And that obviously is in the back of my mind. They've shown some weaknesses. They've shown, that they can put it together. They've also shown that they can take basically a half of football completely off, but then they've shown that they can make up for it in the second half. So I'm hoping that is not what happens, that they decide that they're not going to go ahead and let Jacksonville have the first half and then come back and try to get it in the second half, because they won't do it. They won't be able to pull that off this time. Jacksonville's peaking right now. They're really good. Playing really well.
They're really good. And you're right. Just look at Josh Allen and say, you go do your thing, man. That's all you got.
I hope that foot's healthy too. I mean, taking the first snap last week and it was pretty ominous. I mean, just he's been very quiet about stuff, although he says he likes to play hurt. And I guess that's just a mentality, but
he's a sicko like that for sure.
I prefer for him to be healthy. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, I that makes sense coming from a Bills fan. All right. So let's get to the week here. There's been subtractions. There have been additions. There was an addition that we thought was an addition and then ended up being a subtraction, and then they got another addition. If we look at the week as a whole, given that there is still a week left in this portal cycle, how do you feel like Nebraska has done for themselves? Is there how much meat is left on the bone for this transfer portal period here?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. I mean, there's still some guys in Lincoln today. I would say that, going into the overall madness that, we all agreed that there needed to be a quarterback. They needed a lot of size on the defensive line. They needed a couple of offensive linemen at a minimum. And then it was, use a wide receiver and, linebacker. Yeah, sure. Why not? And then, safety, whatever. So kind of going back through that, I mean, the addition, the subtraction and the addition at quarterback has been interesting. I think the way that it's kind of played out, and I think for what everybody else has kind of felt like was the weakness on Menchie, where he hadn't been a starting quarterback versus, now having, Anthony Colandrea, have an opportunity to, be the conference offensive player of the year in the Mountain West and had a monster season, kind of comparable almost to that of Sorsby's. He's fun to watch. And, I tried to do the best that I could on Wednesday morning. I got a really nice UNLV contact, and they had some terrific things to say about Colandrea. Just said he's got all these abilities to kind of make up for bad things that happen on a play. You get put into a bad play because the defense does something. You get the receiver falls down on a route. He's got an ability to kind of take that and go with it. And basically they also said that just he's a spark plug. He's got a lot of energy. He brings everybody up. I think that that's going to be something that a lot of people are really going to like to have around. But I mean, where Nebraska has hit have been in some places where we felt like they needed to hit, and there's still some places that they're light. Interior defensive line.
Yep.
You're still missing a bell cow running back. You're still light on a wide receiver, although things kind of are, trending away. And so I think overall right now, and I think the offensive linemen that they've gotten, the offensive tackle and the interior offensive linemen are really good fits. It seems like they're looking for at least another guy or two. There looks like they're looking for a cornerback, potentially a long snapper. They offered a preferred walk-on this morning to a Coastal Carolina quarterback that doesn't look like that's going to have, a very effective range with him because he's looking for a starting spot someplace else. So I think where they're at with all the things that they've had to like roll with and do things and improvise and change and adapt, I put them at a solid B for the week. They're going to roll into a dead period for the coaching clinic or the coaches convention here in very shortly. And then they'll have like another wave of visitors, we're assuming, to kind of close things out next week.
Yeah. So they need a good week this week. And as you mentioned, this coming week, they have been active as far as the defensive line is concerned, and you sort of laid it out pretty well this morning in Tunnel Talk on Husker Online. So they got Anthony Jones, the journeyman defensive lineman, yesterday.
5 schools on the edit, dude. 5 of them. It was awesome.
It's pretty impressive. We're going to start to see more and more journeyman college football players these days. So Nebraska got themselves a nice defensive lineman there. They have, taken swings and come up empty on a couple of other guys. We've seen a couple of junior college offers go out there. Where do you think what's the picture look like as far as defensive linemen are concerned? Because that's, I think, where people get sort of most antsy at this point.
No, and it's with good reason, because I think you and I would sit, we'd have looked at each other and said, Tyson Terry, Riley Van Poppel, 3 technique. Those are some 3 technique defensive tackles. They're not nose tackles. We've been kind of talking amongst ourselves about needing somebody that can kind of go in there at the nose and just eat. And it's not really gone Nebraska's way when it comes to that, because they brought in some guys, well, and they had identified some other players to kind of come in, like I think it was Bryce Black, I think was his name, and he got kind of just out of Washington, just got picked up by Texas Tech, didn't even make the visit into Nebraska. But like Malcolm Alcorn Crowder, the big Kansas State defensive lineman, pretty sure you could apply like the top tag to him for Nebraska, but then he ends up signing with SMU yesterday. Horace Lockett was an interesting guy that came in from Central Florida. I think the thing with Lockett really was, he had that size, like a 6'6", 340-pound guy, but he doesn't have a an ability to stay healthy. I think that Nebraska was really trying to put, a deal together that was incentive based, and it was something that was a little bit different than what he kind of felt like he was going to get, and that's why he probably re-signed with UCF. But I think that you have the Colorado defensive tackle that's coming in, or actually has been there, was there yesterday. I think they're still looking for that 6'5", 6'6", 330-pound kind of guy. You got a really nice high school nose tackle coming in this weekend as well that could, he's a 4-star. Could be a person that, you're talking about bringing along and potentially is going to make it into a rotation for your defense next year. But I think that, the junior college guy you brought up, the Kansas State signee that, now all of a sudden, since they're going through their coaching changes, really interesting dude. He's a penetrator. He's a single gap guy that can just get after the quarterback. And I think that would be a really good fit again for like a 3 technique, because you are still going to be young at that spot, whether you're talking about Malcolm Simpson or Tyson Terry or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a couple of redshirt freshmen, and you need somebody there, I think, to and then you need some overall depth still across the defensive line, but you're still looking for that real 0-1 guy that can play the nose, and just Nebraska has kind of struck out there so far.
Yeah. As far as numbers are concerned, Munson, what are you thinking? Like on the defensive line, another 1, another 2. How does it look?
I'm thinking it could be 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I think that they realize they're light. I think that there's some guys that are kind of come up recently, particularly the junior college guy from Iowa Western. That's, a bit of a kind of like, hey, why not? Like this would be a really great ad for us. Although we don't really have that monster need at 3 tech, we could absolutely bring a guy like that in there. And he fits what Ulrich wants to do really well, because if you watch Ulrich's style, which is interesting, he'll line up a defensive end at nose tackle and he'll twist that defensive end all the way outside. I mean, there are some really interesting things that he does to kind of get people going, get the offensive line confused. But I think it really stresses, athleticism. In which I think that there's clearly a bunch of that to go around with the guys that they have so far. They have kind of pegged a little bit, but I still feel like you're talking 2, maybe 3 when it comes to defensive linemen, and you're really, I think, still hoping for 2 of those monster inside guys.
Sean tweeted out this morning that there is an offensive lineman who is on campus that they're trying to get in today. So they've already added Tree Babalade from South Carolina. They've already added Brendan Black from Iowa State, a couple guys who have played. There's some experience there. Black figures into the rotation, I think, right away as a starter at one of the guard spots. And then you're probably looking for another tackle and then a swing guy, and Babalade is probably one of them. That's my read on the offensive line at this point. Would Nebraska's offensive line travels end if they're able to secure a commitment from the Baylor guy's name, who I'm forgetting right now?
Well, Sean Tompkins.
Sean Tompkins, thank you.
You got Paul Mubenga came in yesterday too from LSU, and he kind of was like more of a substitute for the FIU kid that committed to TCU. So I think that Nebraska ideally would like to add 2 more guys to the offensive line. I think you're still looking for 1 interior and 1 tackle, at least based on what we've just seen over the last 24, 48 hours. The other thing that came up in the last 24 hours, which is something a position that we have not talked about yet, we saw our first cornerback come up.
Yeah.
You had Victor Evans from FIU, who has some really nice length at 6'1". He came up yesterday. He was on campus. Again, came up there with the Colorado defensive lineman, Tafik Thomas. I could not remember what his name was. Tafik Thomas. And I think they're looking for some value. I think that they're still kind of, kind of still trying to figure some stuff out. I think that Thomas addresses that big sized nosed interior guy, but I think you're looking running back, wide receiver, developmental quarterback, and then I'd say one interior guy, one tackle on the offensive line, probably two interior defensive linemen. I'd say that they would still probably end up taking at least another defensive end. Linebacker has played out perfectly. The linebacker stuff has been amazing. I mean, they did a bang up job at linebacker. But then I think you start talking about, they brought in one safety from San Diego State, and then you got this cornerback now that you're bringing up, and then I think after that it's just long snapper and what other kind of value you can find someplace else that can just be a kind of a plug and play guy, or maybe you lose somebody else here in the coming days. So something else to kind of keep an eye on, because there were some guys, I mean, like Kenneth Williams yesterday, that I didn't really expect to see that one happen. So we'll see what else kind of happens that might take people off guard a little bit.
Why so quiet on it's a position you mentioned before. Why so quiet on the running back front? Or am I just not listening closely enough?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, I have a suspicion. A year ago, you and I were talking about, Sharmar Brown and how much sense it would make for him to come back to Nebraska and go home and play. And obviously Sharmar played last night, played really well for the Hurricanes, in fact.
Scored.
And, but I don't know necessarily if there's any type of conversations that are happening, but it would make a lot of sense, I think, if, I think Sharmar has had a really good postseason. I didn't watch a lot of Miami games before, but I did watch him a lot, obviously, in the CFP. He's played very well in the CFP. I think he has to still be looking for or hoping to find like that bell cow moment. And after the type of season that Emmett had in Lincoln, knowing how many opportunities there could be for him to kind of carry the football, that's got to be a really attractive spot for him. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens here, but no, you're absolutely correct. It's been very quiet there. And I think it's just because whether it's Sharmar or somebody else, I think it's somebody that's still playing right now. And I think it's something that's been kind of halfway worked out.
Yeah. That would make sense on the quiet piece, I suppose.
Yes.
Maybe that would help answer our question as well on the defensive line coach front as well. Like I don't know what to read into that at this moment.
No, I agree with you there too. I mean, I think you're talking about probably, a guy that's still in the going to be in the playoffs this weekend. And you're kind of watching that and you're kind of hoping that you can get him up there as quickly as possible. But I think it would have been obviously ideal to have somebody in place, while you were going through all the mayhem the last 7, 8, 10 days anyway, and then the next 10 days after this. So hopefully there's a way to offset not having somebody there during these couple 3 weeks in January, based on it being kind of a splash guy.
Yeah.
And I know there's been a lot of talk about, the defensive lineman coach from the Houston Texans, the fact that he has coached with and worked with Matt Rule before. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but that seems to be the only place right now where you're kind of seeing any smoke. And that would, again, it would make sense because they're going to be in the playoffs.
Yep. We will maybe have some more answers by the end of the weekend, and certainly by the end of next week. Okay, Munson, get healthy. First of all, take care of yourself. Yeah. Don't work too hard. Hopefully whatever happens with the Bills this weekend doesn't throw off your recovery process, and we wish you good luck.
I hope to talk to you a much stronger person and with the team that's going into the second round next week.
Indeed. All right, Munson, see you later.
See you, bud.
Bryan Munson from HuskerOnline.com. Look at that guy. Just had some surgery. No big deal. Haven't slept any, but
slept any.
The portal never sleeps.
Hurt myself weightlifting.
I'm telling you.
I lift weights.
It might be the time of the year to not be able to sleep if you're a college football reporter. Anyway.
seems like probably the most beneficial.
Something going on at all hours of the day and all hours of the night. And it will continue that way through the weekend and into next week. But let's take a break. Brian Christopherson is our next guest. We'll go some more, sort of movement, trendy football topics with BC. And of course, we must ask about Nebrasketball, which he covers. I don't know if BC's making the trek out to Bloomington this weekend, but there's a conversation about Nebrasketball being had right now. Some people are saying that they're not for real.
Whoa.
Some people are saying that.
The audacity. Not us. We would never.
So a lot to talk about with BC. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Brian.
Bryan Christopherson,
I gotta take this. It's Hap.
B. Rooney drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
Bryan Christopherson, Husker 24/7 on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
All right. Welcome back. More of a Friday show in the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. We're now joined on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I got it, Josh, by our good friend, Bryan Christopherson from Husker 247. Hey, BC, what's up?
Lots up, but that's all right. Good to be busy.
A lot is up. Okay, so have you joined the traveling road crew that's headed out to Bloomington?
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I think I'll go to Minnesota and Iowa, and of course the postseason. But those are my my limited basketball road trips.
The Minnesota. Well, you would go to Minnesota. That makes sense. That drives with Bryan Christopherson.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of my second state. But no chance. I've never been up there ice fishing though, so maybe I could sneak that in. But yeah, I'm gonna make that one. I will not be tomorrow. I hope they serve the boys who go some brunch though before tip off.
I would hope so. I don't know what the heck is going to be going on in Bloomington tomorrow morning. It'll be a very interesting environment regardless of what happens tonight. But in the college football playoff game for Indiana, but that is definitely something that I don't know how people are going to react. Indiana plays a college football playoff game tonight. They play a basketball game at 11 against a top 10 team at home tomorrow. I don't know what Nebraska's walking into in terms of an environment in basketball.
Yeah, either do I. Do they even care about hoops up there nowadays? It's a weird time in college sports. Up is down, down is up with some of this stuff. But what'll be interesting from when you get into the game is those 11 a.m. starts, which feel like when you're like a kid at the YMCA, and you had like a 9:30 tip off in like one of those elementary school gyms. Like you really gotta have to bring your juice regardless of what that gym is like. I assume it'll be full. They still love their hoops, but Nebraska has started really well in those games against Ohio State and Illinois. They built up 14-point leads, and Fred talks about it all the time. It's that that cushion that you can give yourself early is so critical on the road because you can just count on it that the other side is going to make that 8-0 run or at some point. And if you have a little bit of a gap between you and them, it allows you sometimes to then catch your second wind, as Nebraska did at Columbus, and you can get on top. So I'm really interested how they start that game from 11 to 11:20 a.m. tomorrow, how they play.
No doubt about it. Have you waded into the waters of is Nebrasketball legit yet, or this whole conversation that's going on social media right now?
No. I mean, some of that, they're like, are they legit? Oh, an Elite Eight team. Okay. I'm not going to put a ceiling on them or anything.
Yeah. Like I'm willing to have that conversation for sure. Yeah.
It's like, okay, fine. Know your audience here on this one, because I know many Husker fans just dream about like the people who put up that bracket on the refrigerator, put it on the magnet. You like to get your pen out, write down who advanced. It's just been a dream for people for decades. Like, I'd love to just put Nebraska just on that second line one time. And then I'll let my ambitions go from there. But yeah, I guess it depends what you're talking about. Are they like a Final Four team? Yeah, if you want to get all into that, I don't know. But they're a really good team, and they know how to play well together, and they're dialed in on the defensive end too. And everybody, I keep saying it, they're maximizing their niche. Whatever a person specializes in, he's probably been a level or two better than I sort of suspected going into this season. You can go down the whole roster with that.
Yep. So it'll be an interesting test tomorrow against a team that's certainly capable of shooting the three ball pretty well. We'll see how Nebraska, shows up for that one, as they put their undefeated streak to the test yet again. Let's go to football, BC. So bigger picture here from the week. We've experienced a week in the transfer portal. There is a week remaining. We're at the mid. This is your transfer portal halftime report here on 1620 The Zone is,
you got to win the middle eight. You got to win the middle eight of the transfer portal. That's key.
100%. So the additions are what everybody is watching for. I'm interested in the fact that they haven't lost like a ton at this point, not to minimize the impact of the players that you have lost so far in the transfer portal. But is there anything to read in the fact that they haven't lost very much at this point?
No, maybe. I guess that's a good question. I'm not surprised because I do think there's a lot of guys that really believe Rule's description of, hey, we're a development program and your time is now. Like, they've got this boatload of guys who are second or third year players who probably all, as competitors, can convince themselves that they are actually just around the corner. Now, some of them are going to find out in the spring and fall that they're not. There's going to be some who are staying their same spot, and a few of them will emerge. But I bet if you went down the line, just go look at the name of defensive backs, for instance. There's probably 8 to 10 guys, more than that maybe, who could talk themselves into, I can be on the 2 deep next year. I can make a play at this. There's in the safety position, let alone. I mean, in the bowl game, you saw 3 or 4 guys run in there, and Caleb Benning ends up coming in and having double-digit tackles at the end of it. And so there's guys like that they're probably thinking it's my chance to make a move. And I don't know if there will be a second wave of actual departures if you get a few, if maybe they kind of look at the lay of the land after some guys have been added and they see, well, maybe it's not going to work out for me here. I think there's still always that possibility. You leave your mind open to it. So there could be a few more, but there hasn't been a lot of them that have just knocked anybody back. But then again, I don't know that there would be when you're a team that's sort of, in that 7-6 window right now. I think fans and media and a lot of people kind of look at it like, if that guy goes, so be it. You got to push forward and keep trying to upgrade the talent, honestly.
Well, and it almost, I think, mirrors a bit in the additions department as well. I mean, I think Nebraska in the last couple portal cycles has sort of been looking for, and not that they're not right now, but it just felt like they were maybe more on the hunt for really truly immediate impact. Like, this guy is going to be a starter, write him in right away. And with the haul that they've had so far, I think there's a bunch of guys who would fit the description. And this is all outside of the quarterback position. There's a bunch of guys who would fit the description of they're going to put them in the mix and kind of see how it goes. I don't know if there's a guy who stands out to me and it says hey, that's going to be Nebraska's best player next year. This will be a truly super impactful player for them next year. And I don't mean that as a slight. I just think this is kind of, they're almost like it's a whole roster conversation. Like, we have to build it completely instead of just the top of it and then do it again next year.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I liked what they did at linebacker in the sense that, just using that as one example, where you get Owen Chambliss, who obviously, I thought was the biggest guy they needed to get, honestly, from Orch's San Diego State defense. I know the rush end, some people would argue maybe you could have said one of them and they're not going to end up here. But Chambliss had 110 tackles. He can be kind of a command center for your defense and know what's up. That's a big deal. Dexter Foster's a guy that Orich was in on as a prospect, even when a lot of people weren't, back when Orich was at Idaho. And he's put together some good numbers at a bad program, Oregon State, but he was solid. And then you get that younger guy, it's kind of going on what you're saying, a Will Hawthorne.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, he just fits right in, with now he's in his second year, Merritt, Mooberry, Christian Jones. It's all right, throw the ball out there, have it wobble around, and let's see who can actually do it and kind of emerge from that crew. So I do think what you're saying is right. There's a lot of that, it's not just about finding that kingpin necessarily. It's finding guys who fit within the program, and then let's push the competition in each room to a higher level, hopefully with this guy. I do think one example that's maybe a little different, besides Chambliss, is McDougal, the safety, just because they needed an immediate like veteran hand there, and that was a really big deal to add him. He's been a ball hawk. He's caused 8 turnovers like during his college career, and that's something that this Husker defense has to get back to being thieves. They've got to take that football away. They only had 6 interceptions, I think, last year. They don't punch the ball out enough. They don't have enough of that like Charles Tillman peanut stuff, where he's knocking the ball out. Like they need a couple guys like that to emerge. My favorite Husker in that vein was like Dijon Gomes back in the day. Just a guy who would, steal the football away when you had to have it. And they need to find 2 or 3 of those guys on this roster in 26.
What does next week look like for them as they bring in visitors this weekend? And, there's irons and a bunch of different fires, and stuff will come up and go away as quickly as you could snap your fingers. But if you had to put like an overview on it, what do you think the remaining 7 days in the portal look like for Nebraska?
I mean, I just wrote down a list. While you were interviewing Munson, I was trying to jot down like, okay, how many do I think there are at each spot left? And I mean, there's still not 8 or 9, 10 additions you could, when you start adding them all up. Like they need to add a third scholarship QB, and I think that's definitely a story to watch. And like Danny Kalen is still out there, and there's interesting stuff that could still happen at quarterback. A long snapper. Obviously, it'd be great if Quasi Gilmore jumped in the boat at wide receiver. The big one, of course, is the defensive tackles. Like they've got to get 2 or 3, not just to take them for taking them's sake, but they can really be difference makers. And that's why I think the Iowa Western DT is a huge one. And not only because of I think he's a talented kid, but to get into that pipeline. But yeah, like a bell cow running back. I know that everybody's going to wonder about Marty Brown for 2 weeks now. I mean, that's just the bottom line. We'll see what happens. I certainly think that's a working theory that has a chance to be possible. I don't know that for sure, but I do think we're still going to get some big headlines. It would be my short answer, Hap. I think there'll be like 2 or 3 ones that are pretty interesting some way or another.
I'm with you. There's we're only halfway home in this thing. There's a lot to still happen. All right, BC. Well, we'll let you go. Enjoy the excellent playoff football this weekend, the Nebrasketball, everything in between. Have fun.
Yeah, either the Bears or Packers have to lose, so that I guess I'll look at it that way.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them has to win, though. Have you considered that?
Yeah, I'm not going to view it in that with that perspective, but I will enjoy the football regardless. Good luck to everybody who still has a team playing. I'll think about our quarterback situation and now I don't have any faith in it.
Exactly. See you, BC.
Yeah.
Bryan Christopherson from Husker 247. Always thinking about the Vikings and their quarterbacks. And 9. Thought about 9?
I have not.
I haven't either.
I've been thinking about the new running back in the transfer portal.
Oh, have I convinced you? Have I concerned you in the last 40 minutes?
Well, it's always in the back of my mind.
Of course,
I think about that more than 9 or any player from the Minnesota Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
How about Justice Haynes to Nebraska?
Justice Haynes is in the transfer portal.
Yes.
That's a guy.
That's a running back.
Yeah, just every transfer portal that you should get a notification on your phone, if you're EJ Barthel, if you're Matt Rule, if you're whatever, if you're Dana Holgerson. Beep. All right, cool. Bring him in.
He's got that thing that people always critique these Husker portal signings. Big Ten experience.
He's got Big Ten experience. He does.
He does.
He does indeed. So we cannot wait to see what another week of the portal holds. Did you hear the name drop in there from BC of Danny Kalen? Did you hear that?
I didn't, but I saw it in the chat.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, did
somebody say that?
Must have been working.
Yeah, BC's good. Else. He sneaks stuff in there. So is that a potential possibility for your third quarterback in the room? Maybe. It just may be. That's a guy with Big Ten experience. He played in Nebraska.
People forget.
All right, we're back with the odd news after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show. Follow us on Twitter @Happer Show for all the latest news and views. We may even say something interesting once in a while.
Unlikely.
Really, guys?
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
It is time for the odd news.
Sure is.
I love the odd news, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
I love it so much. I can't wait to hear it today.
Yeah. When Rosenblatt was torn down, did you go after any of the seats or the other stuff that they ripped off the walls and sold to the public?
Buddy of mine, his dad had a barn. You know, he's like an industrial, ran an industrial sort of company, and he had a barn, and I believe he got his hands on. I don't know if I assume he bought it for an extremely cheap amount of money or something like that. But he got one of the walk-in refrigerators, walk-in freezers.
Hello.
From the Blad, which I always thought was really cool. And then I've seen chairs in people's basements, and obviously there's those couple that sits at the Omaha Baseball Village every year, which are always great. And there's a couple at Werner Park. But no, I don't have a single thing. I didn't. One of my regret, I don't know if I just didn't think it was a big deal. Like I didn't go to the last game at Rosenblatt, the last Royals game at Rosenblatt. The last thing I went to at Rosenblatt was the Central Prep football game.
Oh, that's right.
Which I think may have been one of the last things.
I think it might have, yeah.
So that was it. And I sort of tried to take it in, and that was the story. Rosenblatt.
Well, Bills Mafia has a chance to do the same to their beloved Highmark Stadium.
Okay.
They are selling seats, turf, lockers, and yes, trough urinals.
Oh, yeah. You bet those sickos are going to be all over that crap.
After 53 years at Highmark Stadium, the Bills are moving to a new $2 billion venue across the street. And before that, everything must go. They are auctioning it all off with the same company that did auctions at Yankee Stadium, Texas Stadium, and Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
Ever heard of it?
I haven't been there. Did you know that the floor was on the 4th floor?
No, I actually didn't.
6th floor? I can't remember what it
Your
is.
video tour of MSG was quite helpful, actually.
You can go watch it on YouTube.
Wow.
Give us those clicks.
People want those troughs. They want that kind of stuff, so we'll make it available. You're talking Buffalo. People take a lot of pride in that stadium. More than 12,000 orders have already taken place.
I tell you what, like low key, that would be there's a million reasons why you wouldn't wreck Memorial Stadium and build a new stadium. A million. Nostalgia and tradition being one of the first reasons. It's like a landmark, right? But
$22 million item
line. You need money, and there is some money in wrecking an old stadium. And I don't know, so one potential positive.
Just an idea.
I don't think it would make it worth it, but
no,
people would buy the crap out of those troughs, dude. Are you kidding me? It'd be all up in everybody's house.
This story takes place in, my God, where is this? Germany. Video taken at the Penny Supermart in Lower Franconia shows dozens of sheep flooding into the grocery store through the front doors, causing chaos inside the store and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. This is not a TikTok video. This is just a herd of sheep who got loose.
Okay.
And decided to, hey, we're going to take shelter in this building. Oh, the building happens to be a grocery store. Shepherd Dieter Mickler said the sheep had broken away from a larger flock he had been herding through the area. Mickler said the sheep had apparently been distracted by acorns on the ground in the store's parking lot and went inside in search of more snacks. He said the sheep were safely reunited with the rest of the flock.
Wow. The sheep.
Sheep, man, those acorns on the ground, those loose acorns, they're going to go after them.
Absolutely. Chance writes in Germany, you say?
Germany. Yes, Chance, Germany.
That's right.
Finally,
Chance is not just a one tragedy guy.
Yeah. Equal tragedy employer, something like that. I don't know. Dogs, Connor, you're famously
I love them.
You love dogs. It's a great misconception about you that you hate them. Dogs are great at learning action commands: sit, stay, roll over, shake, things like that. But there's a study that's out now that some dogs can expand their vocabulary by eavesdropping on their owners.
Oh, they're like babies?
Apparently. Now I'm gonna say that babies and dogs are not eavesdropping. They're
just standing there waiting for food.
They're just near you and listening.
Yeah.
10 gifted dogs, including a border collie named Basket and a Labrador named Augie, watched their owners hold a new toy and talk to another person about it. Then the pups were told to go to another room and retrieve that specific toy from a pile of others. 7 out of the 10 dogs successfully learned the names of their new toy stingrays and armadillos from passively listening to their owners.
I mean, that makes I'm not super impressed by that.
No, it seems to make sense.
Yeah.
You're holding it so the dog wants it, and then you put it in the pile, and
then you say, "Hey, go get Bunny."
Yeah,
and then it knows which one Bunny is.
Yeah,
My daughter is starting to figure that stuff out.
Okay.
Like, go get the red foam golf ball. And she's like, bang, I'll go get it.
Red.
Go get baby. She goes and gets the baby.
Nice.
I mean, I'm really close. I mean, it's not more efficient than it would be if I were still doing the tasks at this point, but she is capable of getting me stuff at this point.
Yeah.
If it was across the room, like, hey,
you need stuff.
could you go get me that remote? She would go grab it and bring it to me.
As Travis says in the YouTube chat, go get the blue beer.
Go get the blue beer. Yep. All sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna keep growing that space.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep getting better there.
See what you can get there.
Every single day. Every day. All right, Josh. Thanks.
Thank you, Connor.
That is the if you can't tell, I got something going on right now. I got a sniffle.
I don't like that for you.
No, I don't either, Josh.
Big weekend.
It is a big weekend. It would be very inappropriate for me to get sick at this exact moment.
Mm-hmm.
Quite inappropriate. So I don't like it. Have you heard that the Big East Road Show is here this weekend?
I've heard some rumblings.
Well, I can tell you in an official capacity that
Please.
that the Big East Road Show is this weekend.
Tell me everything you know.
It is, of course, a 13-stop mobile tour designed to enhance game day celebrations for fans of Big East member schools.
Duh.
Of course. It will feature 2 hours of pregame entertainment and activities at each stop. And the first stop of the Big East Road Show this year is Omaha.
I live there.
Hall A, to be exact. Tomorrow before the St. John's game. And on Sunday before the Creighton women take on Connecticut. So maybe I'll be there. Maybe I'll be stopping into the Big East Road Show.
Maybe. That's good enough for me.
I can't be sick at the Big East Road Show. Last year I met at the Big East Road Show. I met the Godfather. Do it. All right, let's take a break. The noon hour is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
he does it the only way he knows how. With his massive sports brain sprinkled with a smidgen of rabble-rousing. Let's get back to the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
And welcome back for the Connor Happer Show. You're on 1620 The Zone and on 1620thezone.com. Stay tuned. We're halfway through the show, Josh. Stay tuned because we are going to have tickets at some point in the remainder of this program today to bring you tickets to Chris Stapleton, the All-American Road Show with Nikki Lane, coming to Lincoln on October 7 at Pinnacle Bank Arena. And tickets don't even go on sale until next Friday, but we are going to give you all an opportunity to possibly get in, win tickets during the next 2 hours.
Whoa.
At some point. We got them. Well, to be quite honest with you, we don't exactly have them, but we'll reserve your spot, at this point. Actually, we might. I don't know. I don't know how all that works, actually. Don't listen to anything I just said, other than we will give you opportunity to win Chris Stapleton tickets at some point in the next 2 hours of the show. That is what I actually wanted to say.
That's all you need to know.
All right. So welcome back. Yesterday, the internet of Nebraska basketball took issue with yet another thing.
They're very online. And that's mostly good.
Have you heard of Nebrasketball? They are undefeated.
I have.
They are 15-0. They are number 10 in the country. They played Indiana tomorrow morning. They are such a big deal right now that the folks at Field of 68 are talking about Nebrasketball on their podcasts, on their many, many podcasts.
Now, that's a local mom and pop joint.
It is not.
Oh.
It is a national big wig, like I care about the top level of the sport, that type of basketball podcast / channel. Like, I don't even really know. They're just on YouTube. They're always doing live stuff on YouTube and talking about all the different things. And there's certain connotations, and there's like, this is a bubble team. This is this is a pretty fun. They never really talk about like, hey, here are the cool mid majors that are going really well this year. Here are the cool low majors that are going really well this year. Usually, if you make it to be a topic of discussion on one of the Field of 68 shows, you're doing something probably really, really right or really, really, really wrong, like scandal inside of your program. And so last night, Jeff Goodman, college basketball honk, Jeff Goodman, he does podcasts with a variety of different people. I don't even know who these two people are in the video that I'm about to show you and the audio that you're about to hear, but you only hear Jeff Goodman talking. Here is his answer to the question that he asked himself, which is Nebraska a fraud or for real this season? Here is this video courtesy of the Field of 68.
Incredible story, because again, nobody saw this one coming at all.
I can't hear it. Is that a me problem?
Vandy kind of a little bit last year, they made the tournament. They were picked, I think, last in the SEC. Nebraska just didn't know. But Rink Mass coming back after the injury has been huge. They've got 7 guys that have been in the system at least 2 years. So they've got experience. They've got buy-in. They've got skill at all 5 positions. They got good wins at Illinois, Michigan State, at Ohio State, Creighton, Wisconsin. But I just don't know. I just don't think they're for real in a team that's going to be able to get to an Elite 8. So I'm going to say fraud. And I hate saying it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, one thought was in my head consistently that entire time as he spent most of the video complimenting Nebraska. If you are going to do a podcast every day of your life, get a microphone. Get a microphone. Get a microphone.
Very tinny.
Just get a microphone. You shouldn't be talking into your MacBook to do a podcast, a national podcast. I'm sorry. Anyway, it's his thing, so it's up to him. But that is point number 1. Point number 2, I'm gonna just we're gonna put this back up, Josh, and I just want to I want to join in progress.
At all 5 positions. They
again.
got good wins at Illinois, Michigan State, at Ohio State, Creighton, Wisconsin. But I just don't know. I just don't think they're for real in a team that's going to be able to get to an Elite Eight. So I'm going to say fraud, and I hate saying it.
What did you hear when you just heard that from Jeff Goodman?
I heard a resume that you can put up against a lot of the top 10 teams in the sport, and then a complete 180 of, well, none of that matters because you can't win it all.
Yeah. I think people are being a little probably overly dismissive of it, a little overly dismissive of their inability to win, to go to the Final Four or like go to the Elite Eight. You know, like I wouldn't necessarily put a ceiling on it, and frankly, that is where I get into my thought process on this and the way that I sort of think about it. At this point in the season, on January 9th, like I'm not thinking about which team is actually going to be in the Final Four or which teams are actually going to be in the Elite Eight or which teams are going to, win the national championship. I'm just thinking of like, which are if you ask me, give me 16 teams that could be in the Elite Eight. Give me the best 16 teams in the country. Chances are you're going to find all your Elite Eight teams in there, all but one or two, because of the matchups and the way they happen in the tournament and stuff like that. Like Nebraska's in there. Nebraska's in there. And now, and so if they're in there, right, if they're in the Elite Eight of this, the more Morpheus sort of Elite Eight, then yeah, I think they have a decent chance to win a national championship because they're 2 wins away from that at that point. I get it. I understand why you would say, yeah, I just don't see it. It comes down to talent, and it comes down to, but when you get into the tournament, you are talking about winning one game at a time. And I do think Nebraska has the necessary pieces to be able to win one game at a time over and over and over again. It becomes increasingly less likely, which makes the tournament such a random and weird thing in the first place. Because, I mean, there is copious amounts of examples of this over the years of teams that everyone said, oh, that team's got a chance to win a national championship. They have the pieces. They can get it done. And then all of a sudden, some rando comes out of nowhere and makes 32 threes on them, and they're gone. It could happen. It could happen to you. It's happened to all of us. It could happen to anyone. And so it comes down to, random stuff like that during the NCAA tournament. I don't like the dismissive nature of how he talks about them. But I understand the sentiment. And then there is also just the shock factor. The shock factor is him talking about blah, blah, blah. I love these guys. I think they're awesome. They have a great resume. They're experienced. They're old. They have like all the pieces they're checking all the boxes that I'd be looking for. I'm paraphrasing all this. And then the dismount is, I just don't know. I just don't know if I'd consider them to be like an Elite Eight type of team. And the Nebraska basketball fans hear that. Everybody in the state hears that. And they say, well, what kind of team do you think they can be then? Because everybody else is looking at this and saying, I just want them to win a tournament game. I just want them to get to the second weekend. If they got to the second weekend, my life would be complete. If they got to the Elite Eight, obviously that'd be incredible. But in him, really ruminating on it and thinking like, wow, boy, I just don't know. I can't. They're probably right there up with an Elite Eight team. And I think that's like a compliment kind of too. So there's a lot in there. I think I don't like the dismissive nature. I think of how people talk about them simply because, as I told you guys several days ago and throughout this week, like they are in the club, right? They are not in the club of the most talented guys, elite coaches who have won national championships. I do think they have a really good coach. They are not in the been there, done that before tournament success. Like I think all that stuff matters as it pertains to the tournament and having a chance to win a national championship. They're not in that club, but they're in the club of like when they do the seed release Like if they did the top 16 seed release today, Nebraska could be in it. They'd be in it, right? They're a bona
10th ranked
fide
team in the country.
They're a bona fide, definitive top 15 team in America at this point in time. But I think I wonder, maybe we could take a straw poll right now. Nebrasketball fans, people who are super invested in this, like, what is your ideal, what makes you happy in March? What would make you happy in March?
Oh.
And I think the response I would get back is, well, you have to tell me how the rest of the regular season goes.
Yeah, okay.
And like if they are,
what's the record?
Yeah. I'm thinking in the 4, 5, 6 range.
For a seed?
For a seed.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Is that acceptable? And I'm not trying to undersell them now. Because like I said, if you started the tournament now, they're not that. I'm just baking in that they're going to lose a handful of games. I don't know that to be true.
Dangerous of you to think
so.
that
The
way.
conversation is distorted on like 100 different areas. Also, distorting this conversation considerably is the fact that they literally haven't lost. They literally haven't lost a game. And I'm not even saying that they're lucky to be in the position that they're in right now. I'm not even saying that they're playing like above, 7 standard deviations or they're getting lucky or anything like that. I'm just saying I want to see the full picture before, before we get to that point. And my guess on the best picture would be that they're not going to be a 1 seed or a 2.
Lance is in the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. He says, so every team that does not make it to the Elite 8 is a fraud.
Right.
Only 8 for real teams.
Right.
Moron.
Right. Exactly. 100%.
And we need to allow for things in the sport to yes, everyone's trying to win a national championship, but breaking through some fictitious glass ceiling is a victory for a lot of teams, right?
Yeah.
Winning
an NCAA tournament game would be monumental. Winning a second NCAA tournament game would be complete and total nirvana.
2 in the same year?
Yeah. In the same 2-day stretch, Josh, in the same 3-day stretch. Within 48 hours, we're talking about potentially wearing home uniforms to 2 games that would double your program's, all-time NCAA tournament success, or it would make it infinity, I suppose, if we're going by the real math rules here. John texts in on the text line, says Nebrasketball is such a big deal that I have stopped complaining about you talking about it. Yeah. That is a great point, and I've noticed that. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. From the 402, that would make Ohio State, Michigan State, Creighton, Wisconsin, and Illinois bigger frauds, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who's a fraud or what the you have to bake in the expectations in order to start calling people frauds. Also, Jeff writes in, you can't be a fraud if you're a Sweet 16 team. I actually completely agree with Jeff. I don't think unless you are a blue blood with a number 1 draft pick who everyone thinks is just going to steamroll to the national championship or into the Final Four at the very least, I actually don't think you can be a fraud if you're a Sweet 16 team. Unless you have such monumental expectations, rightfully so, that you're going to get to the Final Four and win the national championship or whatever it might be, and you don't get to the Sweet 16, that's the only way you're a fraud. Everybody else getting to the Sweet 16 is amazing. And I think we would all agree that nobody expects Nebraska is not going to be a favorite to win the national championship, right? This is great.
Right.
Yeah, I love this. I love this conversation. So here's the feedback. We get a couple of things. I want to take a call in a second. Here's Kyle on the Twitter feed.
Hi, Kyle.
Kyle says, if I was a Husker fan, I'd be disappointed if they weren't a 3 seed or better come March Madness. They have already beat too many good teams to blow it on the rest of their schedule. I don't know, man. It gets really competitive up there. It gets really, really, really competitive up there. And once again, don't get me wrong, Nebraska is right in the middle of that conversation right now, being 15-0 and winning 19 games in a row and being a top 10 team in the country. But if we're talking about going for it, let me check last year. Let me check like the seed lines or the seeds for last year's NCAA tournament,
Okay.
if I can. So let's see. I just have to navigate my way through KenPom.
We have to remember where we've been to predict where we're going.
I just wanted like an example.
Yeah.
NCAA tournament bracket 2025.
What's your little KenPom thing you say?
Well, I was looking at KenPom, but now, all right. So a 3 seed in last year's tournament was Iowa State.
Oh, clones.
Iowa State. Oh, okay. So maybe this is a better example than I thought it was going to be. Iowa State went 25-10 last year. Played the Big 12, difficult league. Not that the Big 10's not, but they had, several good wins. And then, gosh, actually, this might be a pretty good example. Maybe they should be a 3 seed. They lost to West Virginia, Arizona, K-State, Kansas, Houston, Oklahoma State, BYU, and then Ole Miss in the NCAA tournament. Give me another 3 seed here from last year. Let's see here. Kentucky, who also bowed out pretty early last year. Kentucky as a 3 last season went 24-12, so 22-11 going in. Maybe that is a target seed for Nebrasketball at this point. I could really see that. So it's kind of a good point.
Lenardi's got him as a 3 right now.
Yeah, I don't think you should be disappointed if they get less than that, because there's still a lot of the season left to play, but they do have some good wins, and it's a power conference team. If they get another couple big wins down the stretch here, then yeah, maybe that is the right spot for them. Let's take a phone call from the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Here's Randy on the line. Hey, Randy, thanks for calling. What's up?
Had you gone to a Husker game in Memorial Stadium this fall and asked, if Nebraska made the second weekend in the Sweet 16, would that be a successful season? How many out of 90,000 in the stadium would have said no? I mean, I can count them on my fingers.
Yeah, no, you could. You need a fist. It'd be 0.
So, I mean, the only thing at this point, if they continue to play as they have been playing, is injuries, and they're destined for that as long as they don't screw it up, or they don't hit a, I think somebody was talking yesterday. As long as they don't hit a hot shooting, lower seeded team that, shoots 60% threes on the day. This is one of those type games that this is the buzzsaw like they ran into in, was it 90 or 91? So with that team,
they lost to Xavier.
Really nothing stopping them.
Yeah. No, Randy, good point. We get this from Jason on Twitter. He says,
Hi, Jason.
If you think a team is a Sweet 16 team, making the jump to an Elite 8 is not a crazy jump. Creighton got there and played a 15 seed to make an Elite 8. It's such a strained, arbitrary line. Yeah, and remember, I apologize. I'm not trying to Creightonize this segment, so I'm very sorry.
Delete it from your vocab.
I'm very sorry. But, okay, here's the deal. There was a team a couple years ago that
tell me everything
was pretty good, pretty damn good. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly who they were.
Okay,
and they
gotta have an identity.
They had a great identity, and they were. I gotta make sure I get this right. They were a, what seed were they? They were a. I don't remember what seed Creighton was in the NCAA tournament that year. Do you? A 3? Were they a 3?
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Or were they a 6? because that was the year they beat all the NCAA tournament games sort of mashed together at this point.
Yeah.
They were, I think they were a 3. And anyway, whatever. Regardless, they were a 3, and this random team, and they made the Sweet 16, which was viewed as a breakthrough for their program. Even though they had done it before, it was like, wow, they finally broke through, and they had to beat like a team that historically gave them like a really, really hard time, like a team that they played before in the NCAA tournament. It was like this catastrophic, horrible event. They beat that team to get to the Sweet 16. And then the announcer said, slow it up. And then in the next game, they played a 15 seed.
Whoa.
And then they
went. Great luck.
And then they beat that team.
They were a 6 seed that year.
That's what I thought. And then, so I flipped it. So they were a 6. And they went to the next round. And then they played another team who they had some like historical context with as well, lost on a call at the end of the game. And everybody said after the game, everybody's left wondering,
whoa,
they could have won the national championship because the team that did win the national championship that year, they had beaten. And it would have been a conference game.
Damn the luck.
In the national championship game. So you just never know how this crap's going to go. So I agree with Jason completely. Like I think there's a conversation to be had about when people are talking about Elite 8 teams around this year, you're really just talking about top 8 teams. Nobody could project who's actually going to be an Elite 8 team.
Tournament's crazy.
A random generator.
Did anyone think FAU was that's what they were called at the time? Did anyone think the Owls were a Final Four team?
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
David writes in.
Hi, David.
If you make the Sweet 16, you get a cool banner for the arena. Also, Travis is commenting on the unnamed team. The foul was the correct call, you dirty honker.
Whoa.
This was
honk.
How could I be a honk? We're talking about an unnamed team and an unnamed event.
This could be any team.
It could be anything. I'm just applying a generic random situation.
They had the great luck of playing a 15. Could you imagine how beneficial that would be?
It'd be great. But guess what?
You don't apologize.
You go back to their arena and it still says they made the Elite 8. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
And it still says they made the Sweet 16 twice, even though the one time they beat Ohio and it was during COVID.
Does that even count?
It does. You get to keep it. Yeah, it's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fantastic how that works.
Interesting.
All right, anyway. So you guys everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. One game at a time. Pedro writes in, by the way. He says, Hi guys. That was a horse crap call.
Horse crap.
If I was a honk, I would say that was a horse crap call. And I still think about it every day, but I'm not.
Horse crap.
A commitment for Nebraska football.
A commit.
Yes.
A D-line coach.
No. A wide receiver. Are you interested in wide receivers? Or are you sick of wide receivers?
Well,
and you want to only see defensive linemen.
If there's not a defensive line, then yeah, you're going to have to score a lot of points. So yes, I am intrigued by the potential new wide receiver.
Quasi Gilmer.
Tell me about Quasi. Unload the Quasi clip.
Quasi Gilmer went to UCLA. Has been a productive
Big Ten experience.
Yes. He's been a productive receiver for the last couple of years as a member of the Bruins. And I don't actually think he's transferred in his life. So how about that? Until now.
Too scared to go out there and make a living for himself, huh?
He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. Nebraska probably done in the receiver room unless they get some unexpected turnover in the next couple of days. But there you go. Quasi Gilmer, who's played in 24 games, 19 starts over the last 2 years with UCLA.
Wow, 2 catches for 13 yards against Nebraska.
Check the year before that, though. I think he caught a touchdown.
Whoa.
At that game at Memorial Stadium.
Okay.
At that horrible night.
Oh, that was yeah. Okay.
I believe he caught a touchdown. In
3 catches, 88 yards, and a touchdown.
Big Quasi, and what a name. What a name.
He's already scored at Memorial Stadium.
He has.
So there's no awkward, what is this place?
He's got more touchdowns at Memorial Stadium than Thomas Fidone. Sorry.
Whoa.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone. All right, it's a college football offseason. By the way, I did make contact with Sipple.
Oh.
He said 1 o'clock is good.
Hey, we're on the air at 1 o'clock.
We are going to call him at 1 and just see what
I like
happens.
that plan.
Yes, I would love to talk to Sipple, considering feels like it's been years.
Ages.
So it's the college football offseason, and
not for 3 teams.
That's true. I gave the preamble to this a little bit earlier, but every year we try to take things from these individual teams' paths to national championships, and I believe that that Miami as a school is an outlier in college football. And I told you some reasons why earlier, but I have some hard data for you. So this has been, I've had this document on my computer for a long time now. And I wanted to answer the question of who is a blue blood in college football. And
a noble quest.
I know it's very sports radio and it's very off season, but I wanted to answer the question. And so I thought the mark of a blue blood was if you win multiple national championships under multiple coaches, or if you win a national championship under multiple coaches. That tells you that it's not just the coach, right? That tells you that you didn't just have an all-time great coach for a little while, and there was something about your program that got you to be able that allowed them to be able to win multiple national championships with multiple people. First of all, how does the theory sit with you, Josh?
I like those as qualifiers.
Does that theory make sense?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So I was thinking about Miami last night, and here's the reason why Miami is, like their path to success is not replicable for, I think, hardly anybody else. Miami, while yes, they have made dumb coaching hires and been floating around in the wilderness for I don't know, decades, or with intermittent success in between, they always find their way back to the highest peak of the sport. They are in the national championship right now. So I have this since 1960. This is when I started the quote unquote modern era. Miami is shooting next Monday night to become the first school to win a national championship under 5 different coaches. 5 different coaches. And think about these names: Howard Schnellenberger, Jimmy Johnson, Dennis Erickson, and Larry Coker. We're not talking about Mount Rushmore coaches in the sport. We're talking about coaches who were there for a short period of time and implemented what they were going to do, but most importantly, got a bleep ton of talent, got a absolute ass ton of talent, and then won a national championship and caught lightning in a bottle, and that was it. Moved on. Larry Coker is the best example of this. Larry Coker was the coach of one of the best teams of all time. Larry Coker. Okay. Won a national championship in 2001 in Miami. Mario Cristobal has a chance to add himself to that list on Monday. I don't view Mario Cristobal as a legend of the sport in terms of coaching. Think about these coaches.
Although I do think Larry Coker is the perfect name for a Miami coach.
Nice, Josh.
Thank you.
Nice. So I count on my list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 schools that under my criteria would be considered blue bloods. And I would make the argument that Miami is the bluest of the blue.
The bluest of the blue bloods?
Miami is the program where it is potentially easiest to win a national championship. That's what I believe a blue blood is. You could go there, strap them up, and win a national championship soon and fast, given that they are tied for currently the most amount of coaches that have won national championships at their school. The other would not be surprising, I don't think, to anybody who has won national championships with 4 different coaches, and that would be Ohio State.
There's always someone new in there.
Everybody says Ohio State is the bluest of the blue, right? They have been recession-proof over the years. Woody Hayes won 3 national championships. Jim Tressel won a national championship. Urban Meyer won a national championship. And Ryan Day won a national championship 10 years later. They are currently tied with Miami, 4 coaches who have won a national championship. These are the bluest of the blue. The teams, the schools that have won championships with 3 coaches: LSU, Saban, Les Miles, and Ed Orgeron. I think that makes them quite blue.
Oh, without a
Saban, yes. Les Miles and Ed Orgeron. Les Miles and Ed Orgeron.
And Lane Kiffin.
And potentially Lane Kiffin next. Alabama, 3 coaches: Bear Bryant, Gene Stallings, Nick Saban.
I know 2 of those guys.
USC, 3 coaches: Pete Carroll, John McKay, John Robinson. Notre Dame, 3 coaches: Ara Parseghian, Dan Devine, Lou Holtz. And then recently, we've had a couple additions to this list since I dusted it off on my computer. So Clemson has won national championships under 2 coaches, Danny Ford and Dabo. Florida State has won national championships under 2 coaches, Bobby Bowden and Jimbo. Florida, Spurrier and Herb. Texas, DKR and Oklahoma, Barry Switzer and Bob Stoops. Nebraska, Bob Devaney and Tom Osborne. Georgia, a new addition to this list.
Georgia,
Vince Dooley and Kirby. And Michigan, a new entry to the Blue Bloods list. Lloyd Carr and Jim Harbaugh. I would say that encapsulates just about all of the best coaches in the sports history, and the fact that these programs have found a repeatable formula. Nebraska, admittedly, is one of the weakest arguments on this list because they have 2 legendary coaches.
Shut your mouth.
Over a long, long period of time. And the second one was there when they won the first ones. Under the coach who won the first ones. Not, you're in the club, but you know what I mean. So Miami
can't kick us out.
So Miami, I believe Miami is a little bit different than everybody else, considering the coaches that have won national championships at that school. And a coach who just might coming up next Monday. Miami could win. I don't know.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Any thoughts on Blue Bloods from the people? Josh, what are they saying?
Let's see. Go to the comments. Chance, this weather got me feeling blue. I'll tell you that much.
Thank you, Chance.
For Jimmy, it's about all-time wins. There's some crossover.
What do you mean? What
for all-time wins? His
criteria. It's about all-time program wins.
Yeah, his personal criteria.
Yeah, so you think Yale is?
The bluest. It's one of their colors.
I don't know. I started my list with the 60s.
Wins since 1960.
Now I don't know that I don't know the answer to. But if you thought it was all-time wins, then you think Yale is a better program than an easier program to win at than Nebraska is.
Well, they don't play anybody.
They do not.
Travis, I will disagree in part with LSU. Yes, it's multiple coaches, but it's also only been over the course of the last 23 years.
True, but I'm also going to add a little bit of opinion into this one. Now, they meet the criteria. I met the criteria. However, the reverence at which LSU is talked about is similar to Miami. People want to go to LSU all the time, regardless of who their coach is. Mm-hmm. And it's really, if you follow the lines here, that's what it's about. It's about your ability to attract talent. How difficult is it compared to how hard is it compared to everybody else? All right. I think LSU and Miami might have it the two easiest in America.
Do you?
It's either
Yep.
it's probably those two and USC would be my other one that I would throw into that category.
Does your fan base call into radio shows and say, we could plug any, you give me the clipboard and we'll win a natty?
That literally happened. Ed Orgeron coached one of the greatest teams of all time.
Yeah.
He was just a guy.
Now, obviously that's not true, but your fan base believes there's so much talent here.
Yes.
All the time.
We should be good. We should be a minimum amount of good every year, and we should be a competitor for a national championship more often than we're not.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the best programs in the country. And the only reason Miami hasn't for a majority of the last 20 plus years is that they've had some things going on at the top, and they haven't hired the right, coaches, and their threshold is not that high to hit. At a place like Nebraska, at a place like Oklahoma, at a place like who are some other ones with like all-time great coaches who have won national championships? At a place like let's see, Florida State, I think is probably an example of that. At a place like Michigan, you need Lloyd Carr, I guess, would be the anti that, but you need really truly great coaches in order to win national championships. Your coaches have to be all-time great. So think about that. Apply that sentence to what we're looking at with our national championship game on Monday. And let's just say it's Indiana for the sake of this conversation. It would be Indiana going for a national championship. Picture Indiana winning a national championship under head coach Curt Cignetti. Point blank period. I don't care what era of college football we're in. I don't care how much the sport has changed. Indiana winning a national championship is absolutely bat bleep absurd. Okay. And so what does that say about the program? It probably says something about it, but it says more about the coach. It says more about how good that coach is.
That coach is going to beat that program at their stadium.
He's the first coach to do literally anything at Indiana. He's like the third coach to win a bowl game. I don't know what that actual number is, but there's been no success. There's no historical precedent for this. So if he wins a national championship, he is so good compared to every other coach that's been there and every other coach in America. Compare that to Miami. They had 4 other coaches do it already. And they're about to have Mario Cristobal potentially have a chance, he's going to have a chance to do it. But I don't know. I think that says more about the program than it does the coach. And of course, you're trying to find the middle space in all of it. A little college football breaking news.
Ooh!
Before we take a break ourselves.
What you got?
Here's a beat tweet. The NCAA has denied Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility.
Now, do they know that Trinidad said he would play for Ole Miss?
Denied.
Okay.
It was like Red trying to get out of prison on parole. Denied. Do you feel as if you have been rehabilitated? Maybe he should have done the Red speech at the end. He should have said, I don't know what the bleep you're talking about. The decision comes after a verbal denial in December. Ole Miss can still appeal the decision. Ole Miss filed the waiver because Chambliss didn't play his second season at Ferris State, dealing with persistent respiratory issues. Chambliss attorney Tom Mars, Tom Mars is back, has indicated he's also preparing for legal action in Mississippi and an injunction and damages. Awesome. College football is no longer played in the field, folks. It is played in the courtroom.
It's definitely more fun there.
It's way cooler. Way, way, way cooler. Do you think the lawyers should start wearing like armbands and like shields and stuff like that?
Ooh.
Do you think the lawyers should show up to court and they have like the crop top jerseys?
Yes, that's what I want. That.
That's what I'm talking about.
But it's not a jersey.
This
it's,
is the real football, you sickos.
It's like a black and white practice jersey.
All right. Negative split swimming writes in.
I negative split swimming.
Can you lose the blue blood status? Not on my watch.
Oh, okay.
Not for me.
Connor Happer here for the old guard.
No, you cannot. Which historically I am, Josh.
That's true.
You cannot lose it. So it is not true that if you don't use it, if you use it, you lose it. You can't lose it, in my personal opinion.
Is it true?
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back around at the hour. After this, Josh, I got to find this on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from our friends at Underdog Fantasy, where, man, I cannot wait. The football playoffs are indeed here. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in Nebraska. It's oh so easy. Just pick your favorite players and pick them to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, receiving yards, whatever there might be out there for you. And trust me, there is plenty on the app. So much to choose from. 6 games in the pro playoffs this weekend, all the way going through Monday night. There are tons of options on the board. So check out Underdog today, and let's sweeten the pot for you. Use the promo code HAPPER1620 after you download that app. Score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code HAPPER1620. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus at present, Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing. Get terms _DFS_.html for details. Consider with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Oh yeah, Damon Williams.
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
He's going back to Washington.
How the hell did that happen?
There was a report that came out yesterday before he announced his return. And it was Washington would have him back if we clear this whole thing up. You know, if we could let bygones be bygones, just pretend that nothing happened, Washington would welcome him back with open arms. And after that happened, I thought, whoa. I mean, kind of wild. Still probably a lot of stuff to sift through. But sure enough, yesterday on the gram, last night, he writes this, Damon does. After thoughtful reflection with my family, I'm excited to announce that I will continue my football journey at the University of Washington. I am deeply grateful to my coaches, teammates, and everyone in the program for fostering an environment where I could thrive, both as an athlete and as an individual. I am fully committed and focused on contributing to what we are building. Additionally, I'd like to apologize that the timing of these events coincided with the celebration of life for Mia Hammond, a beloved member of our university community. That was the women's soccer player who tragically passed away, I don't know, probably a month or so ago. He says, I never intended to call attention away from such an important moment. That's right. All of this was going down while that was happening on campus. And UW people are like, dude, like, okay, but not now. My God, like in the under the cover of the night while everybody on campus is at a celebration of life for a beloved, campus student athlete, like unbelievable. And so he apologized specifically for that in his statement yesterday. He says, I'm excited to reunite with my teammates and to lead the University of Washington to success in 2026 and beyond. What do you think? What do you think his teammates are going to say?
I mean, he's a good quarterback. They're probably very excited to have him back, but I imagine some things were said this week that makes it awkward for him to be there and for people to have him there.
I mean, I suppose that, he could probably play it. He could probably just play it like, look, man, I was just trying to get the bag. Like, I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings or anything like that. I just wanted to do what's best for myself. And kids are very much like that these days. They're like, I get it. You got to do what's for you, whether they actually mean that or they just say it a lot. Because I know they say it a lot, I'm not sure, but you would think that there would have to be some bridges that would have to be rebuilt, like the Harney Street Bridge on this one, or Farnham Street or Harney Street, whichever.
They're doing that this weekend.
They sure are, Josh.
Know before you go this weekend.
Yeah, I saw the maps.
You love maps.
John writes in.
Hi, John.
He says, translation, after realizing that I was breaking a contract, I was going to be sued and used to demonstrate to others what can't be done, I have decided to stay at Washington.
You got all that from that, huh?
He probably did think there was no way out, which I don't think there was. I don't think there was. We approached it yesterday from the perspective of, I don't think he can go back there.
Yeah.
But as soon as I saw that thing where it's like, yeah, Washington would have him back, it sort of changed my viewpoints on it.
The first place I saw it was not from one of the normal reporters. And
you thought it was a parody bit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is one of those basketball accounts, like the one who said Dan Hurley's getting suspended for the year for saying 2 words you cannot say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of great college basketball burners out there.
They're so close to the real thing. It's easy to believe.
Yeah. So there you go, Damon Williams going back to Washington. You better win, otherwise he's going to get made fun of a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that. That's for sure. Also, another quick game here.
Ooh.
Let's play What is Wrong with This Guy?
Okay. I'm ready.
This guy today He's Rob Manfred. I feel like he's been a subject of this game before. What is wrong with this guy?
He's a what is wrong with this guy all-star.
He's a what is wrong with this guy, Mount Rushmore guy. Yeah. Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said he is considering major shakeups to the league's schedule, including the possibility of a split season or an in-season competition similar to the NBA Cup, which famously rules. People love the NBA
They're going to
Cup.
paint the grass pink and highlighter yellow, and it'll be great.
We've talked about split seasons, Manfred said to WFAN. We've talked about
a split season?
In-season tournaments. We do understand that 162 games is a long pull. I think the difficulty to accomplish those sort of in-season events, you almost inevitably start talking about fewer regular season games. It is a much more complicated thing in our sport than it is in other sports because of all of our season-long records. You're playing around with something that people care about a lot. Yes, you are, Rob. Thanks.
So you do know that. Okay.
Would the players be interested in this? Well, the MLB Players Association declined comment yesterday. They got to get their ducks in a row, I think. But they really love disagreeing with Rob Manfred. I know that.
It's our national pastime.
One vision that Manfred does not have at the moment, a world where the Yankees and the Mets are in the same division. Remember that conversation a while back? Well, apparently he got some feedback, and he said, I would think you would try to keep the two team cities separate. That would be my thinking. You'd realign, you would do it along geographical lines, which would alleviate or could alleviate a ton of the travel burden that's on players. Remember, we ask our players to play 162 times on 186 days. You could eliminate a lot of that travel and make it less burdensome, which would be a great thing in terms of player health and safety. So the players union is always trying to thread a very difficult thing here. Of course, player health and safety is like paramount, and there are a lot of players that are getting injured. But I haven't heard much of a commentary from the players union of like, listen, we play too many games and this is too taxing on us and we can't keep this up. That's not what I hear.
Right.
So Manfred's just throwing stuff at a wall at this point, and every time he does that, it's always bad. It's always wrong.
Every time he does one of these interviews,
he needs to stop doing interviews.
Yeah. I mean, what's so wrong with not like, hey, this is the way we've done it for 100 years, this is the way we're going to keep doing it, but like the people who consume our sport like our sport.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not the number one sport in the country anymore, but we really like our game.
Yeah, and he's on the owner's side, right? He's the commissioner of baseball. And what are the owners in every other sport trying to get? They're trying to get their players to play more so they can have more television inventory and be able to sell more and make more money.
Great point.
So, I don't know. Maybe they're just bad at selling stuff. It's an option here.
I had not considered that.
John texts in.
Hi, John.
Another translation for you guys. Quote, I am an absolute moron that hates baseball. Rob Manfred most certainly does hate baseball.
Interesting.
We are very well aware of that. I have one more baseball topic if you're interested.
Very.
Check this out. Tarek Skubal.
My guy.
A friend of, not necessarily a friend of the show, but a recurring character on our show, Josh.
Yeah.
Tarek Skubal. He filed for a $32 million salary deal this year. He said, I think I'm worth $32 million.
Seems
and
big, but reasonable.
What you could do in baseball is you could say it's called arbitration. Well, eventually it's called arbitration when these players are pre-free agency. Then the team comes back and they say, here's what I think you're worth and here's what I'd like to pay you next year. Usually the two figures are relatively close. There's not much of a gap between the two because, everybody understands. Skubal said he's worth $32 million. The Tigers said they'd like to pay him $19 million.
Whoa.
The $13 million spread is by far the largest in salary arbitration history. And will set up, as Jeff Passan says, for a fascinating hearing in February. So these two will indeed be going to court which is a thing with baseball. But courts in baseball have always been friends.
They've been doing that a lot this week.
Yeah, arbitration hearings and things like that. But never have we seen this large of a chasm between what player values himself at and what organization values player at. I would say that Skubal is a little closer. If you can get a multi-time Cy Young Award-winning pitcher for $20 million, you should do it. You should do it. And maybe they're just taking this to court, and they're just saying, like, the lower we make it, the lower they may counter back with, and the lower we may settle in the middle. That's a negotiation tactic. It also damages your relationship with the player. And so what's next will be fascinating.
You could do what the Pirates did with Paul Skeens and say, look, you're on a rookie contract, you're new, like, you've proven yourself.
You extend that.
But you could also just say, hey, if we gave you this pretty blonde gymnast to play with instead of me, would you be okay with that for a couple of years?
Or you could do what good franchises do, which is take their best players. They offer them long-term extensions. Therefore, they guaranteed money and secured buying out their free agents or buying out their arbitrations and extending the free agency period even further along, like, say, the Royals and Bobby Witt Jr. And then everybody gets really, really happy after that. And we all live in this awesome symbiotic relationship.
You could do what the Braves do and re-sign the player who, doesn't, before they realize that they're good and valuable, to a extremely team-friendly deal for many, many years.
People keep accepting these.
They do.
All right, break. But first, I remembered.
You did. Good
Would
job.
you like to see Chris Stapleton on October 7th at Pinnacle Arena? I know it's a long time from now, but guess what? You are going to try and get tickets next Friday and then be like gone. So this is your opportunity to go right now. The concert is October 7th at Pinnacle Bank Arena, the All-American Road Show, and we have tickets before you can even buy them. Whoa. So call right now, 402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, and be caller number Tennessee Whiskey. Is that not a number? Crap. 4.
Caller 4.
402-951-1620 gets Chris Stapleton tickets. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Let's get back to the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Here comes the clown.
All right, welcome back. Connor Happer, Josh Johnson with you here on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone here on a Friday. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. So we're not going to have Sipple here.
No Sipple?
No. But I want to make this very clear, he didn't cancel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He was ready, I think. And I said, we gotta do something here. And this is the something. Okay. I'm horrible at this, but
it's going so far.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support. This is the final Connor Happer Show. This is, you're listening to the final hour of the Connor Happer Show right now.
Now.
Yep.
Interesting.
It is interesting, Josh. There's some moving around of parts and pieces and things of that nature. This is not the last of Connor Happer on 1620 The Zone. This is not the last of Josh Odson on 1620 The Zone. This is just the last Connor Happer Show. That's all we're going to tell you for now. You will come to find out exactly what this is going to look like going forward very, very soon.
Very soon.
Very soon.
Don't worry.
And I truly apologize for springing this on everybody so suddenly. But this is it. This is the last hour of the Connor Happer Show.
Well, what are we going to do?
We should probably get to the Caitlin Clark thing.
We only have an hour to get to the Caitlin Clark thing.
We should say thank you. So when I came here, and please, I'm going to reiterate this about 8 times, hopefully over the next 10 or 15 minutes as we're talking about this. I'm not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere.
No, not going anywhere. Not leaving 16 The Zone. And neither is Josh.
Not even for a day.
Well, I might be sick. I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. But so just if it sounds like I'm leaving, I'm not. I'm just, we have to say goodbye to this show.
Nobody's dying. Nobody's leaving.
Yeah. Which is 4 years old. And it's about to go to school. We were getting ready for pre-K, And, when I came here 4 years ago, we've told this story many times. We had absolutely no idea what we were getting into. None. And it was just a blank slate, and I had never really solo show before, and I was scared. And Josh was probably too.
You'll find out later this hour just how scared I was, Connor.
Josh was probably a little concerned, and then we did it, and that is the lesson, I think, for that I try to tell people a lot. Put your head down and do it and see where it lands. And we worked so hard and cared so much about this show in spite of a lot of different things. And we had fun every day and laughed. And that's all I care about. And I think there was some concern at first from, people who a solo show, quote unquote, is supposed to sound a certain way. The host is probably really opinionated, just has a lot of things to say. And I don't. I really don't. And so we found it difficult to have a fast-paced, tempo, fun, hangout, type of show at first. And then we just kept going. And then people would come up to me in public and they'd say, gosh, it feels like you guys are kind of just in a groove right now. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with you. And I loved hearing from people who said that about this show, because I'm so proud, because we both know how hard it was to create this. And I'm very, very sad to not be, while I will be working with Josh on a daily basis going forward, not in this exact capacity. We're probably to be best friends, but in a different way.
You said it
in a different way. And you know how you get to be best friends with somebody? You talk to them for 4 hours a day. Like
it'll speed it up.
We were an arranged marriage, and it worked only because we were both, I think, willing to just do what we thought was right every day. And that is my sob story. So there you go.
The sort of framework of this show is, at least in my mind, you could feel free to disagree completely. The guy who was listening to us at work, who we just want to get you to the end of your work day.
Yeah.
Like, we just want to be that middle ground. Whether you hate your job, love your job, like, we just want to get you 4 hours down the road. Like, we're not curing cancer here. We're not doing anything particularly important, but
definitely not curing cancer.
No. Couldn't if I tried.
No.
So it was the ultimate compliment whenever we were walking around an arena or a ballpark, when people would just, hey, love the show.
Yeah.
I'm like, how would I look like?
Yeah, I know. People yell, hey, Happer, hey, where's Josh? What's Josh doing? I'm like, I don't know where Josh is.
How the hell am I supposed to know?
So I watch a movie somewhere. I'm not sure. And I'm proud of 4 years being a long time.
It's longer than Schick and Nick had.
It's not as long as some other decades long running shows that happen on the station, but it is a number that I am proud of. just as Gail Bedecker said when he was making that meth. He said,
yes, it's the exact same thing.
He said 97 is a hard-earned figure. I'm proud of that. And Gus said, 97 is good for all intents and purposes. Okay. You don't got to worry about 98.5. Okay. You don't got to worry about 98.7.
Oh no, we're not Mike and the Mad Dog.
And he goes, oh no, it's a big chasm. But as Gail said, it's a figure that I'm proud of.
Yeah.
And so let's get to the Caitlin Clark thing. What actually is the Caitlin Clark thing?
Well, I mean, the original.
I don't know if we're going to get to it today. We have to.
There's a lot of comments coming in.
What are the comments saying?
Oh, people. First of all, a lot of people think this is a bit. It's not
a
bit.
God, I mean,
I'll prove it if I have to, but I'm not going to.
I did famously pretend that the crown didn't exist. So I get it. I understand it. But please believe us when we say this is not a bit. Josh writes in.
Hi, Josh.
Will there be a poem for the last show?
There's a pre-recorded essay of sorts.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
because I would have just cried through it. So,
okay. Let's hear some stuff then.
Oh, what do you want to do?
I don't know. What do we have? I have no idea what this is.
It's in the prep sheet. Don't you look at the prep sheet?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We got a top 5.
Top 5. Oh my God. Top 5 moments in Happer show history, which is now over. Unless we do
45 minutes.
Unless we do anything cool in the next 30, which is pretty doubtful.
I'm ready to rule.
pretty doubtful. at this point. So let's go ahead and do the top 5 moments in Connor Happer Show history. Once again, as decided by Josh. Keep that in mind. Or the writers. I don't know. I don't actually know who did this. But looking forward to whatever may come. You don't just play it off of this, right? You can just hit the play button. All right. Just got to drag them all into the thing.
All right. Top 5 moments in Connor Happer Show history.
Number 5.
God, come on. Take forever.
Number 5.
That's the wrong thing. Here we go. Okay. We
You
go
don't
back
have to hit the things anymore. Just say number 5.
July 8th, 2022. Oh, Connor, the ways we occupy our time off season. Our first summer together. We read a story in the Odd News of a woman who broke the world record for chicken nuggets eaten in an hour. And you, a man of irrational confidence, were not impressed.
That's right.
The record was
It still doesn't even seem that cool saying it out loud.
The record was 19 nuggets in 60 seconds. You, on a crossover, attempted to break this record.
Yep.
Here were the results.
You got to hit it, don't you?
Oh, I thought you don't have to hit it.
No. Okay.
That's it. I quit.
Who are listening right now, they know what's going on, right? Like, we don't have to explain this to the people who are just listening.
He's
eating nuggets, right?
The world record is 19 McNuggets in a minute, and Connor's going for the full 20-piece.
Mm-hmm. John is making his way back to get Happer.
This is definitely a video product.
This is awesome.
Oh my gosh.
He's got the Goldberg music.
This looks exactly like it did on Monday night in the 90s.
Baby. The excitement from Connor Happer is palpable as he enters the Zone Studio. Let's go.
There you go, Connor. Thank you. 307 grams of nuggets are in there. 252 is the record. Josh Peterson.
John Bishop.
We'll have the clock. We'll have the clock on.
Do you have the thing set up?
All right, hang on. Here we go.
Hap, how you feeling?
Oh, I feel great.
Okay, good.
I feel great. Not nervous at all.
Good. Good, not nervous.
A question came up earlier, though. Do any of you guys know the Heimlich?
John does. John's from the era of knowing the Heimlich.
I know the broad stroke. You'll be fine.
Grimace knows the Heimlich, too.
Okay, good. All right, so are we
So
ready?
you said it for a minute.
No
I got it for a minute 5.
No sauce.
Many.
He's
Did
a
you
honey
get the-
mustard man.
Did you get the best barbecue sauce?
I asked for it.
Travis says, LMAO, this is too much already. Travis, it is indeed too much.
That's barbecue sauce right there.
Hell yes.
Barbecue's fine.
Now, we've
Hell
swept the
yeah.
building to make sure it is free from protesters that you will have to choke out, Connor.
Glenn Taylor, what did you do to these chicken nuggets?
Hey, we got to give it
What a topical reference.
Yeah! Alyssa, let's go! Let's go!
All right.
It smells really good. I can't wait.
By the
to
way,
eat
we
this.
have now more viewers in here than most Big Red Overreactions had last season. We're off to a great start.
Well, there's
Radio
more of a
bits.
chance that Connor will win.
Oh!
If that's the case, Connor is going to get close.
All right,
All
are we ready?
We are just about ready.
Okay.
Josh is going to have the timer ready. Let's get him set. Again, we'll just recap. We're at 306 grams.
306 Moonlight
of
grams.
delicious chicken nuggets. Are we ready?
Are we ready?
We are ready.
All righty.
Josh is the keeper of the flame.
All right, here we
Count us
go.
down.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Connor, what is that? Is that 1?
That's
John,
2.
you got. Oh, he's at 2 already.
2.
Oh boy, we're 6 seconds in, and he's only at 2, folks. The over-under was at 9.5.
3.
He's on his third.
You're not enjoying them, remember. Just get them down the gullet.
He has 45 seconds remaining as I make sure that my phone doesn't go into screensaver mode. 38 seconds remaining. Yeah, I don't know if he's enjoying them, but he's definitely eating them. Oh, he's not enjoying them.
He's not going as fast as the YouTube.
He's slowing down a little bit.
Halfway
Matt
there.
said you got to shove them in there, man.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Come on. Put the meat in. You can do it, Hap. 21 seconds remaining. Oh, he's taking the
first
sip of the water.
though.
Dunk the nuggets in the water.
Yeah, you
got the nuggets.
You got to go
water.
2 at a time or
13
something.
seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time.
Oh my God.
Oh, and that's it.
Did he even get 10? His personal goal was 10.
Oh. Well, how many did he eat?
I'm gonna bet he ate.
How many grams are remaining, John?
I'm gonna bet he ate 8.
Well, at least we all got some food now. Come, how you doing there, Hap?
He did 8.
He did 8. The under hits. For those of you who took the under.
All right, shout out to that girl who set the world record.
Yeah, right?
My God.
Because you got less than halfway there.
They're still really good. I'm going to eat the rest of them. But
That's right. I kept eating afterwards.
That's right.
They were dry.
And then we all tried. Yeah, that was the thing I didn't realize. It's like, whoa.
It was great because it was on one hand a traumatizing experience for me because my pride and my spirit were broken. But on the other hand, it turned into a great bonding experience. We all got to sit around and eat chicken nuggets together.
It was a good day.
It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That was number 5. Chicken nuggets.
Number 4.
Now we're gonna have to take a break probably after this one.
Okay.
So
this is a shorter clip.
All right, perfect.
This actually, I don't want to be accused of recency bias here, but everyone I asked, and it was a very tight circle, had this on the list. So,
But remember, we should remind people what this is. This is the top 5 moments in show history because the show is ending.
It is ending.
Okay.
It is not a bit.
All right, not a bit. Okay. Welcome back. So we're not going to do the odd news right now.
What?
So Josh, in our last segment, when I was talking about Creighton basketball, he took a phone call.
I did.
Who'd you take that phone call from, Josh? Who called?
It's not betraying a confidence.
I don't think so.
It's Larry the Cable Guy.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Nebraska's favorite son.
So Larry the Cable Guy called in the last break, and Josh, he was kind of fumbling around, and he was writing down a phone number and saying a phone number. I'm like, what's going on here? And then I finally asked him out of the break, okay, who called? And he said, well, it was your good friend Larry the Cable Guy, and I was like, well, what do you want? And Josh was like, well, he said that he knew David Wells. Because we were talking about David Wells' no-hitter, which is on MLB Network right now. He said he knew David Wells and he was going to call him up and he was going to tell him to call. And they were like, oh, that's funny. And then the phone rang.
Literally. Like, as he finished the sentence, the phone rang.
So on the phone, as we are watching David Wells' perfect game from 1998 on our TV on MLB Network right now, on the phone, on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, is David Wells. Good morning, David Wells. How are you?
Good afternoon from Florida.
Oh, yeah, it's an afternoon there. I guess we're just shy of the afternoon there. So how are you friends with Larry the Cable Guy?
I don't know. I found some dude years ago digging through my trash cans, and I thought it was just some homeless dude, and it was him. He started telling me these jokes. I said, you got to go on stage, man. You got to go on stage and do all that.
So then it continued for 15 more minutes, and it was great. But in that moment right there, I still thought there was a potential that we were getting pranked. And then it went on, and I was gradually more convinced that it wasn't a prank anymore. And so that was just a snippet of one of the fourth best thing that's ever been done in the Connor Happer Show history.
That was just like 3 weeks ago.
And that ever will be done in Connor Happer Show history, for the record. We'll be back. We'll finish that up. We'll get to the Caitlin Clark thing.
Definitely.
And we'll continue to say goodbye on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
The wild card round of the NFL playoffs continues with a special Sunday triple header.
Hi, this is Scott Graham. Join me and the rest of our Westwood One crew for all the action. First, Josh Allen and the Bills take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then it's the 49ers and the defending champion Eagles. And the night finishes with the Chargers.
All right, welcome back. More of the Connor Happer Show. Get it while it lasts on 1620 The Zone and on 1620thezone.com.
You kids like it extra sloppy. That's what we give you.
I'll go ahead and do the radio thing and reset this here. This is the final Connor Happer Show. I apologize for springing it on you in a very sudden manner, but that is how it had to happen today. And you will come to find out about exactly what this is going to look like soon. Is soon an accurate description of how soon people will find out, Josh?
Yes, I would qualify it as soon.
Okay. I'm not leaving 1620 the zone. Josh is not leaving 1620 the zone. But the Connor Happer show is over after the next. I don't know. We probably will cut into the crossover a little bit today. Sorry.
Might run long, boys.
Yep. But we have to pay tribute to ourselves. What kind of last show would this be if we didn't pay tribute to ourselves?
Exactly.
Are these next two clips really 10 minutes long?
Whoa, what? No.
10 minutes total.
Yeah.
Do we have that kind of time?
I don't know.
What?
I would be willing to axe the clip that goes along with number 2.
Okay. So give people a brief description on what they're about to hear. This is the number 3 moment in show history.
Yes, number 3 moment in show history. Let me take you back, Connor. 2024, Nebraska coming off an embarrassing loss to Indiana,
mm-hmm.
of all schools. Could you imagine losing to Indiana in
It
football?
would have been horrific and ground-shaking at the time.
I was gone the day before the Huskers' next game against Ohio State. I was en route to Garden City, Kansas. Reavers beat the Broncbusters 38-0 that weekend, by the way. I could not leave my man Connor Happer hanging in our weekly predictions segment, so I surprised him with a motivational speech.
Here we go. Nebraska is at number 4 Ohio State, who's a 25.5-point favorite. Tomorrow, big noon Fox, Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, and the All-American girl, Jenny Taft. 11 a.m. on Fox. Josh Odson, what say you, my friend?
Oh, this is his first high
All
speech.
week long,
Yeah.
I've been hearing Nebraska's dead.
What?
Dead in the water.
What?
Dead as a doornail.
What?
Dead as a dodo.
What?
Dead man walking.
What?
Dead and buried, but don't shovel dirt on Nebraska's grave just yet. Because there's another saying. The night is always darkest just before the dawn.
Oh, no.
Saturday morning, Columbus, big noon kickoff. What if? Now stay with me on this. What if Saturday is Nebraska's dawn?
Oh, no.
You say there isn't a chance in hell. I say we bring hell to Columbus. Nebraska isn't some new guy on the block. Remember who you are, Huskers. 922 wins all time. 5 natties. 7 we don't even bother claiming. 3 Heismans chilling back at the crib. I think some of you need a reminder. Yeah, times are tough, but what do Nebraskans do when things get tough?
I don't know.
We fight. Yeah. We pull ourselves up by our bootstraps.
Oh, yeah.
We outwork the other guy. You hear that? Getting close. You hear that sound? That's your alarm clock. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Wakey, wakey, hands off snaky. Because it's the dawn of a new day. They're counting you out. No one believes in you. They say you've lost it. What if Saturday you go out there and in one fell swoop, you shut everyone up? What if on Saturday you get everything back? The pride, the respect, the fear of that bright red end stomping a mud hole in your ass and walking it dry. All of that is on the other side of 60 minutes of us. You've done it before. Now go do it again. Saturday, you stand on business. They say you're broken. What if on Saturday you fix it? Nebraska 34, Ohio State 30. Go make a memory. Why the not?
Oh my God! What the hell? Was Josh here at like midnight and he just decided I'm grabbing a microphone?
Burn that oil.
Holy God!
Shotgunned a beer and then just went to work.
Is Josh?
I feel his spirit in this room.
Is Josh better than Will Compton? People are asking.
Yes.
I think. Who would have thought that comes from Josh, the Husker hater, the canceller of things? He zags on this entire week and makes a huge narrative out of it and says that Nebraska is going to win the football game as a 25.5-point favorite. How could you not be romantic about that? Where did that even come from? I had no sense that was coming all week.
Nebraska
Did he just
lost
make that up
21-17
on the fly?
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe the best result that has happened in the Matt Rule era outside of the Colorado game. Honestly, losing that game by 4 points was the happiest I've felt in the last 3 years.
That might be the best hype speech too. I think I've been chasing that one.
It was really good.
Yeah.
I liked it. You've had some good ones you get it going for the big games for sure. But as we know, they're not all big games.
They're not.
Dylan Raiola ran for some yards in that game, if I remember right.
He ran?
Yeah, he ran. He had a nice big run.
Whoa.
In that game.
Didn't know that was possible.
21-17.
Second best.
They got it all back. Okay, so the second best one is when we talked to Caliendo at in Vegas.
Yes.
And he did John Bishop impressions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you get it.
Let's just use this moment here to talk about the number 2 moment in show history, which is our friendship with Frank Caliendo.
Oh my God. Out of all the friendships.
I think I randomly invited him onto the show because it was Super Bowl week. I wanted some big name guests with clout that, Frank was coming to town just after the Super Bowl. So I was like, okay, this sports people know Frank Caliendo. I want to get people to go see Frank at the Funny Bone or wherever he was. And why don't you come on the show? And
yeah,
turns out he's a huge Creighton fan. So he was more than willing to do it.
Xavier, by the way, is in town in a couple of weeks, and Frank's show is during that week. So we'll have to figure that one out, won't we? But out of all the people that we have been just weirdly kind of friends with, this is by far the best. Frank's relationship with the show, and it culminated in what you would have heard if we had time. It culminated in him sitting with us in Las Vegas doing John Bishop impressions, which was great. And then people sitting behind us pointing and gawking at John Bishop, saying, "Is that the viral Creighton announcer? Do you want to go down there and get his autograph?" All while Frank Caliendo is sitting right next to us. It was great. It was incredible. And so what a great person. All the texts that we receive from Frank, they will keep coming. There's no doubt about it.
That lives longer than the show.
Our friendships with a variety of different people, our missed friendships. We were trying to start one with Ben Bailey and it didn't work out. And
he was not receptive.
And
to it.
so we appreciate the people that really, just hung in there with us. So thank you, Frank. Big part of the show. But without further ado, the number 1 moment in the history of the Connor Happer show.
What could it be?
I think we all know.
I think it was kind of a slam dunk.
Make it so, number 1.
Number 1.
Now, if I remember this moment right, it wasn't really that funny at the time.
No, the clip of it happening is not.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have that here.
Okay.
This is me leaving afterwards. February 15th, 2023. You were talking to Random Mike.
Yep, he called in.
And I did like a stutter, like, okay, do I have enough time to get to the bathroom? I don't think I do. So I hurled in there's a trash can right here if you're watching on Zone TV. And I bent over, and all you could see on 1620 The Zone TV was my derriere as I hurled into a trash can.
Awesome. Josh puking, the number one moment in the Connor Happer Show history. Josh, great list.
Thank you.
No complaints.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Well done.
You sound
Thank
so
you
sick.
so much
Thank you
for being here and you know you can do whatever you'd like now.
We can talk about it if you want.
Go ahead.
It is good content.
Go ahead.
During your call with Random Mike, I vomited in the studio trash can. So I'm going to go home. Dan's here. Thank God for Dan.
That was over an hour ago.
It was. Really coasted the last hour and 15 minutes of the show. There was a lot of it, by the way.
Josh isn't feeling too well.
Not feeling well. I'm going to go home. I'm going to take a halvesy.
Hopefully, just drink some fluids.
Oh, yeah.
Get back ready to roll for tomorrow.
All the Gatorade.
Okay. Thank you, Josh, for your efforts. They are greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
We're calling in Dan from the bullpen. Oh, my God. The use of the word vomit was maybe the best use of the word vomit that I had ever heard in my life, considering the timing and the tone and the whole thing. You were clearly in that moment post puke where you were kind of shaken,
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it was shocking to you.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
And then the addition of there was a lot of it.
There was a lot of it.
Jacob Padilla writes in,
Hi, Jacob.
Roll Jays Go Baseball was robbed.
Honorable mention.
I agree. There was a lot of mentions of Roll Jays Go Baseball.
I was at the table where these decisions were made, and I fought for you, Jacob. I got outvoted.
Many more countless moments in this show's history. Let's take a. Wow, I guess I have to do one more thing.
You have to do that thing. You ready to do that thing?
Not particularly. Hang on.
Okay.
But,
send us your moments.
Yeah,
we
want to hear from you guys
over the weekend.
Yeah, send us. I've received some emails already. They've been really nice and just comments about the show and stuff like that. Once again, you guys are, this has been great, but it's over. It's all over.
But neither of us is leaving.
Neither of us are leaving. That is an important note to remember in this conversation. Okay, now we can take a break. We'll be back and officially round out the history of the Connor Happer Show coming up on 1620 The Zone. But first, the thing I was talking about, it is a word from our friends at Underdog Fantasy. Ladies and gentlemen, football playoffs are here. Underdog is the best place to get on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in Nebraska. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick if your favorite players will go higher or lower on touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get those right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So this week you could how about in honor of this show, you take a bunch of hires on Josh Allen, our dear friend Josh Allen, a friendship that we wanted to make, but we didn't.
Go Josh Allen.
I say go Josh Allen and go higher on Josh Allen this week. Download Underdog today and use the code HAPPER1620 to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code HAPPER1620 Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing good terms _DFS_.html for details. Consumer with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. on!
As we wrap up the Connor Happer Show after a smidge over 4 years on the air together, which is longer than Chick and Nick for the record, it's time for me to tell you all that this show has meant to me. I needed to pre-record my thoughts so I don't blubber through them like an idiot, or we'll be here until unsportsmanlike conduct is on the air. Still might. When I received a phone call suggesting I come to NRG Media, I was producing a show in the afternoons here in town at a different station. Doesn't matter where. We had come out of COVID and the political discourse was volatile, to say the least. I came to work every single day and I hated it there. Everything surrounding me was negative, and I reacted to everything with a negative attitude. Please understand me when I say this. I do not say it jokingly. I do not say it flippantly. I did not want to live anymore. Now, I was never going to make the permanent decision for my temporary problems. But I didn't do the most minimal things, the most basic things you could think of to take care of oneself. I truly did not care if I lived or died. I was fighting some serious demons and losing by choice every single day. So I got the offer and I said, what the hell? It couldn't be any worse. I didn't necessarily want to leave where I was working, even though the climate was similar to a literal hellscape. But I didn't recognize the place that I originally signed on to work with. So I made the choice to leave, and I came to 1620 The Zone. And almost immediately, the lineup changes. We tend to do that around here. And I get a new host to work with, Connor Happer. I immediately bombard his DMs one weekend with questions to speed up that awkward get-to-know-you process. He probably thought I was a psychopath. He might even be right, but I didn't care. I had been with so many different hosts in that past year. I needed this to work, or something disastrous was going to happen. What I'm about to say is probably unfair to just spring on Connor here as we sit in a room silently listening to me ramble on and on together. But in my family, we constantly talk about, hey, don't leave the thing unsaid. So here goes nothing. Connor, in no uncertain terms, I feel like I am alive today because of Connor Happer. I started making better choices in my life because I enjoyed where I worked. I enjoyed who I worked with. Work was fun. In fact, it wasn't even work at all. Not one single day of the Connor Happer Show felt like work. Slowly but surely, I began to beat back a lot of those demons I was wrestling with. I became a better producer. I became a better friend, a better husband, and I became a better father as well. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. No matter what happens with us here and at the Zone going forward, the Connor Happer Show is the professional blessing of my career. It's one of the single greatest things to have ever happened in my life. And folks, it ain't because of me. It's because of the guy sitting across from me. I joke around sometimes and I call Connor Happer my best friend, and everyone laughs and points out, hey, he didn't say it back. He doesn't have to. I don't say it to hear it in return. I say it as a show of affection for my guy. Connor, I've watched you grow from a guy the suits in the building said had no name recognition in this market to being in damn near every arena and ballpark in this town on a nightly basis at the sacrifice of your own family, your own life, your own free time. You started working the sidelines of the College World Series. Fast forward, you're up in the booth calling a freaking no-hitter. Contrary to popular belief, I've seen you be a great father to your daughter. I adore your wife, and your friendship means the world to me. I will end with this. The connection Connor and I had is rare. You don't have to have worked on a bunch of different shows in your career to know that. The Connor Happer show was rare. We're not dying. Nobody's going anywhere really. But things are changing. And as Dr. Seuss said, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Connor Happer, thank you for your professionalism, but most importantly, thank you for your friendship. You're my best friend. Stop that, jerk.
He must really like me. Oh, Josh, you're killing me.
Well, I had to say it. And if I had tried to say it live, I'd be like 2 sentences in.
Yeah. Well, thank you for saying that. And I'm only pleasant to be around on an everyday basis because I enjoy what I'm doing. And the only reason I could have comfort in doing that is because I knew that you were going to be here every day. So you did it to yourself. So
this is my fault. Got it.
Classic. Oh man. All right. That was that was kind of a wild 5 minutes there. I thank you for saying those things. Josh.
Thank you for being nice so I could say nice things about you.
I will continue to be nice. Hopefully, I think.
Good strategy.
Yeah, I think
Hope it works out. For
yeah,
you.
we're just gonna keep rolling with it. I don't know. At this point, it's hard to do anything different.
We've received comment from my wife.
Oh.
So this is awkward. I thought I was your best friend, just finding this out now.
Super weird, yeah.
Really difficult way to hear that.
Yeah, have you ever said any nice things like that to your wife?
Actually, probably not like that.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. You should say some nice stuff to her.
I'll buy her a steak and
that works.
She'll be good.
Honestly, I would have taken a steak, but the words are nice too.
Okay, maybe next time I'll try saying nice things about my wife and buy you a steak.
I would have never, by your approach every day, Josh, I would have. You're as professional as it gets. I would have never thought that anything was ever wrong. You're approaching every day just like you should. And so that's a credit to you.
I didn't do any poll questions today.
Well, that's a problem. So we don't have any poll questions on the last show?
I don't know.
Great. What? Didn't we say?
I kind of think.
Hey, didn't we say if we have a day where we didn't do a poll question, we have to do some sort of a punishment? Well, the punishment has arrived. The show's canceled.
Oh, God, I killed it.
The show is literally over. John Bishop writes in.
Hi, John Bishop.
This is the worst Husker pregame hype speech you've ever done, Josh. Way to go.
You hear that one I did last segment? It was good.
Also, I appreciate that you brought us back to with the Green Day Time of Your Life, Good Riddance, because all it did was remind me of that song that we did. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. Well, but it was in that tune, and it was something like Nebraska missed the Big Ten tournament. But we don't have to play it right now. We don't want to end it on that kind of note.
Although Nebraska has not lost a game since we did that.
Blackhead says, I thought he was playing the parody. I kind of thought you were too. I was like,
I didn't think about that.
It would have been a perfect time to do it.
I was like, okay, what is the stereotypical goodbye song?
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt is confused. What's going on? What's happening with the show?
Today is not about that.
We'll tell you later.
Mm-hmm.
As for now, this has been the Connor Happer Show. If you missed anything, you can find it on 1620thezone.com, where it will live for a period of time. I'm not sure what we got a lot of unanswered questions.
Maybe download yourself a hard copy
that are out there, but it'll live in our hearts and hopefully yours. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. The crossover is coming up next.
Get a free second pair of glasses with insurance at iMart Express. Now with an upgraded selection of over 150 frames to choose from. Pick one